Bombing by the Islamic State group killed 75 worshippers at a famed shrine in the country's south. The terror attack raises questions about authorities' ability to rein in militant groups, despite several offensives targeting militant hideouts. Doctors say a 64-year-old woman who had undergone in vitro fertilization has given birth to a healthy set of twins at a hospital in Spain. Although it's unusual for a woman her age to give birth, she didn't break any world records. In April, an Indian woman who's believed to be at least 70 gave birth to a son. She had also undergone IVF treatments.
No kidding. That's, boy.
Old.
So you are then like 82 at the child's high school graduation.
You know what, though?
That's...
There are an awful lot of men in this situation.
Yeah, true.
Let's remember that.
That's also a fair point. That's tough child raising, though,
yes.
at that age, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Jen. 6 minutes now in front of the hour on This Morning, America's First News. Transition seamlessly from presentation to meeting and from work to home with the Dell Latitude 13 7000 series, the laptop that takes care of business. The powerful performance and incredible battery life from this reliable business-class PC featuring Intel Core processors lets small business employees do their best work wherever work takes them. Learn more at Dell.com/radio. That's Dell.com/radio.
Remember when a small business needed a landline? Today, landlines are a thing of the past with Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system. On the road, at the beach, or at home, Grasshopper helps you grow your business. Get all the features of a business phone system and the freedom of a cell phone with our iPhone and Android apps. Features include multiple extensions for your team, calls forwarded to your mobile phones, voicemails transcribed and emailed, and so much more. See how it works at Grasshopper.com, the entrepreneur's phone system.
You're never too old to learn something new, especially when it concerns your golden years. Join North Shore Capital Group at their retirement educational classes held at local colleges in your community. Each class is an interactive workshop that's held over 2 sessions and includes a workbook for you to keep and follow. Instructor Victor Rigoni will provide you with the tools and guidance to help you reach your personal finance retirement goals. At the end of the full class, you'll receive an opportunity to book an independent, complimentary consultation so that you can implement a proper retirement strategy. It's never too late to educate yourself about retirement. Call North Shore Capital Group, 312-260-7929. That's 312-260-7929 to find a workshop near you. North Shore Capital Group Incorporated, an independent firm with securities offered through Summit Brokerage Services, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, and advisory services offered through Summit Financial Group, Inc., a registered investment advisor. 847-735-9200, 250 East Illinois Road, Suite 201, Lake Forest, Illinois, 60045.
Scoundrels are not exclusive to politics. They're smart enough to occupy necessity service industries like the automotive business. As a real estate broker, my car is a lifeline and a total necessity to my business and my family, which is why I had to seek out an honest, truthful auto service provider. For over the past decade, I've put my trust in Craigies Mobile Service Center on Lake Street in Addison. Craigies handles full auto repair on foreign and domestic vehicles. They pride themselves on providing you the best cost-effective auto repair and expert advice. Craigies has full service bays and truck lifts that can service and manage your whole fleet. They also provide priority service for your business and can track each vehicle, alerting you to the repair before you need it, keeping your guys on the road. Since 1959, Craigies Mobile Service Center has thrived through 10 presidential administrations, giving you reputable, dependable, and honest auto repair. Do yourself a favor. Just go into Craigies on Lake Street in Addison. See my guy Vic. He'll set you up. Tell him Sean from Elmwood Park sent you. I approve of this message.
AM 560, The Answer.
Thanks for being with us. When it comes to politics, it can be difficult to accept the other side. So why do people get emotional and even angry when their political beliefs are challenged? Research by USC professor Jonas Kaplan suggests that the brain may actually be to blame. CBS News says Mr. Kaplan and colleagues at USC's Brain and Creativity Institute took MRIs of the brains of 40 participants with strong liberal political views, watching their brain activity as his team presented counter-arguments and tried to sway their political positions. The MRIs showed that the parts of the brain that were triggered control deep emotional thoughts about personal identity. The professor says when people activate these emotional structures, they're less likely to change their minds. They published their work, by the way, in the journal Nature. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Introducing the perfect getaway, nestled in the prairie, a place you can go to unload the stress of the day and recharge your inner peace. A place that fills your senses with fresh air and the sweet sounds of your Second Amendment rights being exercised. It's where you go to clear your head.
Set your sights for the range at 355. Shoot in a brand new state-of-the-art facility with 2 ranges, one programmable for distance and the other for turning and tactical drills featuring Mancom Touch Plus and Mancom Touch and Go systems. Trust us, it's cool. The Range at 355, situated on a private parcel of wetlands at the crossroads of I-55 and 355 right off Boughton Road. A shooting oasis with a full array of firearms, ammunition, accessories, and classes with professional guidance and courteous instruction. Take a vacation from the mundane. The Range at 355, founded by patriots like you.
For range hours and info, visit range355.com.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He doesn't want the job. President Trump's pick to replace Michael Flynn as National Security Advisor says no.
According to a White House official, Vice Admiral Robert Harward, who works for defense contractor Lockheed Martin, turned down the offer due to financial and family commitments. Still in the running for the position is Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, who is currently the acting National Security Advisor, and General David Petraeus.
That's Fox's Jackie Ibanez. Democrats have been up all night at the Senate speaking out against Scott Pruitt, who's in line to head the Environmental Protection Agency.
This man does not believe in scientific data.
We cannot put someone so opposed to the goals of the EPA in charge of that very agency.
But Tammy Duckworth and Elizabeth Warren are outnumbered by Republicans expected today to approve Pruitt, who's Oklahoma's Attorney General.
Republican leader Mitch McConnell says Pruitt strikes the right balance
between protecting the environment and our economy.
At least one Republican, Maine's Susan Collins, is expected to vote no. A pair of Democrats, North Dakota's Heidi Heitkamp and West Virginia's Joe Manchin, have signaled support for the nominee. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President Trump's up early. He just tweeted, despite the long delays by Democrats finally approving Dr. Tom Price, the repeal and replacement of Obamacare is moving fast. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson has just talked to his Chinese counterpart, while Vice President Pence leads a U.S. delegation to a separate meeting in Germany. Fox's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, this is the Vice President's international debut, the White House saying he'll reassure allies that the US remains committed to its European partners. This despite President Trump previously calling NATO obsolete and proposing warmer relations with Russia. Defense Secretary Jim Mattis is also in attendance at this security conference in Munich. Secretary Tillerson, meanwhile, holding talks on the war in Syria at a G20 summit in Bonn, Germany. Dave.
This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
This morning we had 37 degrees, some clouds out there, and winds are out of the north at 4 miles an hour. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott on AM 560, The Answer. At 5:02, here are the stories we're following this morning. More unseasonably warm weather hitting the state of Illinois this weekend. National Weather Service says highs over a large portion of the state may reach 60. 4 were killed in a 3-vehicle crash in Des Plaines. Des Plaines police tell us a Mercedes-Benz was traveling at a high rate of speed westbound on Northwest Highway overnight around 9 p.m. Then struck a Chevy Impala turning into a parking lot from eastbound Northwest Highway. The force of that impact drove the Impala into a third vehicle, a Toyota Highlander, traveling eastbound on Northwest Highway. 3 inside the Impala, and the driver of the Mercedes-Benz died of their injuries at the scene. Passenger in the Mercedes-Benz was critically hurt. 2 others in the Highlander were treated at the scene for their injuries. No identifications have been released. Now, the reconstruction of this accident is forcing the closure of Northwest Highway. Jim Telemonte in the traffic center will keep us informed during this morning rush. Chicago's violence remains a topic of conversation for President Donald Trump. During his news conference yesterday, Trump said there are two Chicagos, one that is incredibly luxurious and safe, the other worse, he says, than almost any of the places in the Middle East. Illinois employees will continue to receive a paycheck in spite of actions of State Attorney General Lisa Madigan. A St. Clair County Circuit judge rejected a request from the Democrat yesterday to halt state worker pay until lawmakers resolve the ongoing budget crisis. There may be an appeal. A 15-year-old girl who went missing earlier this week in Gary, Indiana, is now charged with her mother's murder. Prosecutors say Chastity Reeves is being held in custody in connection with the death of Jamie Garnett, whose body was found stabbed in her Gary home early Monday. Mayor Emanuel used mocking tones against Governor Rauner following his budget address this week. Speaking yesterday, the mayor accused the governor of not presenting a full state spending plan. Meantime, governor's spokesperson fired back, saying the mayor should spend less time talking about Rauner in the budget, more time dealing with Chicago's crime problem. Former Lake County Coroner Thomas Rudd is free on bond after being indicted this week on perjury charges. Rudd turned himself in yesterday morning and was released after posting bail. He's charged with lying about having witnessed signatures on his nominating petitions during his failed 2016 re-election bid. Illinois lawmakers busy in Springfield. Here's what they're working on. Lawmakers are considering a bill that would require public universities in the state to admit freshmen with a GPA in the top 10% of their high school class. The measure cleared a House committee Wednesday. The News-Gazette reports the University of Illinois and the Illinois Board of Higher Ed are opposed to that bill. Jimmy Butler threw down 2 free throws with less than a second left. It gave the Bulls a 104-103 victory over Boston ahead of the All-Star break. Position players for the Cubs and White Sox reporting to their respective spring training camps in Arizona today. And Illinois tomorrow will try to make it a season sweep of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Teams meet tomorrow afternoon in Iowa City. The news service of Geico Chicago. Hey, Geico and Chicago. Geico has more ways to save you money. Your local Geico agent ready to deliver the personal service you need with the savings you love. 773-582-AUTO. 773-582-AUTO for your local Geico agent. 5:06, we'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Gina Labus, President and CEO of Mid-States Glass and Metal and a customer of Signature Bank since 2011. As we expanded our business into all aspects of the glass and metal industry, we needed a bank who could grow along with us. That's when we met Mick O'Rourke, co-founder of Signature Bank. Mick and his team took the time to understand the ebbs and flows of our business. They worked with us to find a solution that would support our growth. Mid-States Glass and Metal is proud to work with Signature Bank because they support Chicagoland women-owned businesses like mine.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The new Trump administration could cause explosive moves in the financial markets, and savvy market speculators are rethinking their investment strategy. Are you ready to do the same? At Online Trading Academy, we believe that reaching your financial goals has little to do with who runs the White House and everything to do with who runs your house. That's why it's the best time to learn how to capitalize on opportunities in the financial markets by attending a free half-day class. Call 888-984-8723. That's 888-984-TRADE or visit tradingacademy.com to reserve your seat. You'll discover professional-grade strategies that can help you generate income, grow wealth, and ultimately achieve your why, the things you want most in life. When you register, you'll get the Wall Street Insiders Kit. Valuable investing insights, strategies, and videos absolutely free. Seats are limited, so don't delay. Call 888-984-8723. That's 888-984-TRADE to reserve your seat. That's 888-984-8723. 888-984-TRADE or visit tradingacademy.com.
5:08. Let's check our roads. In our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, it's been a busy overnight. For AM 560's Jim Telemonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. And you described it just how it happened, that awful crash on Northwest Highway, which happened last night around 9, and it still has Northwest Highway closed between Mount Prospect Road and Gulf Road. It's likely going to be closed for a while. You can use Rand Road as an alternate, or just take Gulf if you're coming from south of that point. Again, the shutdown remains in effect after that major wreck. Now there's another crash with injuries on the southwest side of Chicago, affecting southbound Cicero at 44th Street. There's just a right lane blockage there, but this is a crash with injuries after a vehicle hit a pole. Expressways and tollways are pretty quiet. Most of the overnight work is gone. There's still some on the outbound Ryan, again from 87th with the split in the two left lanes, but no delays there. We'll have traffic tonight around Allstate Arena with the monster trucks there, and all day around McCormick Place. The auto show open from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. The traffic is a service of the Chicago Auto Show. Shake off winter and visit the Chicago Auto Show at McCormick Place now through the 20th. Download the Chicago Auto Show app for the chance to win a 2-year lease on an all-new Buick Envision or GMC Acadia. Find out more at ChicagoAutoShow.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A full day of sunshine today, high 64. Tonight, mainly clear, low 42. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and warm, high 62, and a mainly clear night, low 35. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
31 officially at O'Hare, 32 along the lakefront, 33 Midway. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour radio show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pearshell Financial Group.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy.
Wow.
Record day. It's a record day. It's going to be a record day, 62 degrees.
60. Actually, it's been bumped up to 64, 65. Record set back in the year you were born, 1880.
1880, sure. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'll tell you what, this is good stuff because
you're going to golf 72 rounds.
Well, here's the thing. It's very interesting. Bill Shute, who's this research associate, Chicken Little at the American Museum of Natural History.
Uh-huh.
He's written a piece that, have you ever seen The Road, the
He's trying to speak French now.
Is it Viggo? No, Viggo Mortensen. Well, how do you pronounce his first name again? Is it Viggo Mortensen? Viggo Mortensen. Yeah. He's in all the Lord of the Rings movies and stuff. He's a great actor. He was in, what was that other movie he was in with Naomi Watts? Eastern Promises. That was good.
Yeah. The latest one, Captain Fantastic, was fabulous.
Oh, I saw that
fabulous
too.
Film.
Yeah, I saw that too. Fabulous?
I don't know. I liked a fabulous performance by him.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
not a fabulous film.
All right.
I'll agree with you there.
We'll save the
We're going to do this at the 8:35 hour.
Yeah, save
like this.
2 seats
Dan
in the
Proft,
balcony
my
for me and Mike, or whatever Siskel and Ebert used to say. Save the
The
aisle
two
for
grumpy
me.
old men.
Yeah, exactly. Statler and Waldorf over here. But Viggo Mortensen, The Row, so going back to this professor's piece, he has written a piece about cannibalism as the natural result of global warming. Is it climate change? I can't remember. And so he said if you ever seen The Road or read the book that The Road is based on, that's where we're going. And let me tell you something. If cannibalism is where we're going and that's the price I have to pay to be able to play golf in the middle of February, then I'm willing to pay that price.
Yeah. I told you what my kids said the other day. They came home and they said, Mom, I love this global warming stuff.
Yeah.
And I said, well, it comes in ebbs and flows. I mean, the last, you have records set. We're going to break a record on Sunday. We're going to have possibly 70 degrees on Sunday. That record was set back in 1930. So there's years where it's warm in the wintertime and there's years where it's freezing.
Imagine that. You should go head up the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration because that's the most a more intelligent statement than any of those scientists have made about this. Remember, we're breaking a record that was set in 1880. I don't remember climate change being on the agenda of the Garfield administration.
No, Garfield was all over. He campaigned on that.
He was a climate change
was
guy.
His campaign thing.
I don't recall the 1880 election as well as you do, so I'll cede to your authority there. But yeah, no, I am playing golf today. I assume your father is as well.
Yeah, I talked to Pops yesterday. He played 72 holes the past 3 days.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, he doesn't stop. He gets out there, and he's playing again today. He's going to play. He doesn't play on the weekends because he doesn't like people.
This guy's like we're living the same life.
But he is going to play on Monday. Oh, yeah, he's been playing every day.
So what is his temperature threshold to play? Because this is always an interesting question among golfers.
It's with him, it's more about the wind and the sun. So if it's gale force winds, he's not going to play even if it's sunny out and a little warm because it's too much. The ball movement, you have to club down or club up depending on the wind.
Yeah, thanks for the tip.
Well, I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
How Pops works. But anything 50 and above, that's when he considers going out.
50 and above?
50 and above.
Well, it hasn't been 50 all week.
Well, it's been...
So he's moving moving his threshold down.
Well, it's near there.
Yeah. No,
it's been great.
I'm a 45, 15 knot wind guy.
Oh, okay.
That's my threshold. For those of you who are interested in inviting me to the private clubs you belong to play with you.
Where are you going to play?
I just thought you should know.
Are you going to... Oh, your club?
I'm going to go down and play Olympia. Even though we have temporary greens at Olympia. But at least it's all open all year round.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Can you stop golfing with my friends? I'm getting worried because you pop up in my friend circle and then I scream, what the are you doing here?
The world is closing in on you.
It's true. He was at a Blaine event. What are you trying to be a Blaine mom?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I am.
You invited him? You invited him.
No, I didn't invite him.
Yes, you did.
No, that's the scary part.
Be my coach. Be my coach.
Yeah.
Come to our stuff.
That's true.
Interact with our kids. You invited him.
Oh, yeah. But this event.
I'm a Catholic double agent that's going to Blaine to try and reverse the Catholic bigotry upon which the school was founded.
Okay.
That's right.
But I did turn around at one event that he was not invited. I mean, I didn't invite you to. Of course, you could come.
No, thank you. Yes.
I screamed. But it was nice because, you had a good time with my girlfriends.
Yeah.
Just don't start carrying around a Lululemon bag, okay?
Yeah. I start wearing a nasty woman shirt like all your friends.
As a former landscaper, you really are never a former landscaper. You're kind of like a former Marine. You're never an ex-Marine. You're a former Marine. I really take offense to playing golf on my grass this time of year.
Why?
Don't do that to the poor golf course that's still trying to recover from the ravages of winter. Don't do that.
But they have temporary greens.
Well, and yes, and we have the irregular greens are covered appropriately. We have professional groundskeepers.
I know. I was a golf groundskeeper.
You were?
Oh,
yeah.
you were?
Yeah.
Oh, where? Oh, in Michigan somewhere?
Egypt Valley Country Club, where they used to hold a couple of senior PGA events in years past. Yeah, I matriculated
back in the days of the Pharaoh, I presume.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
Tutankhamun III.
Yes, right.
Lorded over Egypt Valley Country
Had a
Club.
heck of a backswing,
no,
huh?
it's just one of the. Yes, he did, and he cut my head off 3 or 4 times.
Oh, my God.
Look, I mean, this is.
It's just a thing with me.
I understand. You the groundskeepers are artistes. I get it.
I know.
But I need to feed my addiction, and that's the most important thing.
Okay.
Speaking of feeding his addiction.
Hey, nice segue.
Thank you very much.
I'm still recovering from that.
We got to pick up Trump's tour de force, and we're going to do so right after this.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Yeah, coming up next, was that an SNL skit or was that reality? And also, Donald Trump wakes up still searching for a national security advisor. But first, here's your forecast. Sunshine, as Dan mentioned, with the temperature breaking the record of 60, which was set back in 1880. We're going to hit a high today between 64 to 66 degrees. And then over the weekend, the party just continues on Saturday, mostly sunny, warm. Beautiful start to the weekend, a high of 62. And on Sunday, we could break another record of 65 degrees. Let's get into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Sad news, Ford killed in an overnight crash in Des Plaines or Mount Prospect. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Yes, in Des Plaines, Northwest Highway is still closed between Mount Prospect Road and Gulf Road. This major wreck happened about 9 o'clock last night. Authorities are still at the scene conducting an investigation. You can use Rand Road instead or Gulf Road to the south. Northwest Highway likely is going to remain shut down for some time. Again, between Mount Prospect Road and Gulf Road. Inbound I-57, we're seeing delays. 127th to past 119th. Right lane's blocked there. The medical emergency. It's about a 5-minute delay. Bishop Ford just a little sluggish now. Cottage Grove to the Ryan. On the southwest side, there's a crash with injuries. Southbound Cicero at 44th. Right lane's blocked after a vehicle hit a pole. Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Upstream-ideas.com. Go there and sign up today for content that complements what we do here on this show. Long-form interviews with policymakers and influence leaders, as well as 60-second commentaries. This week focused on New Trier's Race Day seminar. Follow the Logic, Man on the Street interviews this week featuring those who dropped their pants below Trump Tower last weekend, seeing if they can follow their logic.
I call it dropping trowel, but
yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's a
you got to watch that video on upstreamideas.com.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how did I get it wrong again? Upstream-ideas.com.
There you go. Now you're getting the hang of it.
And you got to see these people.
You
can't unsee them once you see them.
You can see some bare rears as well as download our podcast of our Illinois Rising program. Cover state politics and policy. Will be focused on the governor's budget address this week. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Hi, I'm Todd Pals, owner of Homewood Bat Company, a top-quality baseball bat made right here in the Chicagoland area. Homewood Bat Company is all about using the best in materials and craftsmanship to create a truly remarkable baseball bat. I've been a client of Precision Payroll for a number of years, and when I started the Homewood Bat Company, I wanted them on my team. From working with me when I had 1,200 employees at another company, and now with less than 50, their service has been exceptional and their value is unrivaled. You want more runs in the game? Give Homewood Bat Company a look. You need a home run for your business? Precision Payroll should be the next call you make.
Thank you, Todd. It is so cool to see you make Americana. Precision Payroll would like to go to bat for you. Call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507 or on the web at precisionpayroll.com.
The C.H. Hansen Company stands proud as a great American hand tool manufacturer. Founder C.H. Hansen was a Chicago native, and the company remains family-owned and operated for over a century and a half. C.H. Hansen wishes to thank their employees for their service and customers for their business. C.H. Hansen offers over 2,000 products, stock and custom order in 8 product categories, including steel stamps, stencils, metal tags, barricade and flagging tapes, plus Palmgren, makers of work-holding vices and metalworking machinery. Although business, products, customers, and the industry have changed, the leadership of C.H. Hansen continues to attribute success on the founding principles of faith and quality tools. The mission of C.H. Hansen is to glorify God by the way that they serve their customers, treat employees, and help community. This is accomplished by providing valued products, exemplary customer service, and operation excellence. Visit chhansen.com or palmgren.com for more information.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so your reactions to the Trump press conference yesterday, 80 minutes of good, clean fun with a D.C. press corps, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-360-A, turnkey.pro text line. There was obviously many issues covered over the course of 80 minutes. He took a lot of questions from reporters, gave updates in a number of areas from personnel to policy. But really the thrust of it was his frontal assault on the D.C. press corps.
I mean, he was airing his grievances. He was still bitter about Hillary. To me, it seems like he loves to campaign more than he loves to govern.
He'll be doing it again tomorrow in Melbourne, Florida.
Don't you think he's doing that so it gives another excuse to go to Mar-a-Lago?
No.
For the weekend?
I think he's doing it because this is the permanent campaign taken to a new level, and he's smart to do it. And I think he's doing it much like he did with that press conference yesterday because he's speaking over the filters and directly to the people. Here's the thing. It's very interesting because we have a real contrast this week. Governor Rauner has lost his audience. When he was candidate Rauner, his audience was Illinois families. That's who he was speaking to. That's why he won. Now his audience has become the chattering class and editorial boards, and that's why he's losing his grip and losing his resolve. Trump, by contrast, now it's obviously very early in his term, but Trump is continuing to focus on messaging over and around the D.C. press corps and the other gatekeepers directly to American families, and I think he's going to benefit for doing so. I think that the press conference yesterday is going to be received very differently within the chattering class and the editorial boards and the punditocracy than it is among American families, generally speaking, particularly those who reside in states Trump carried.
So it plays well with his base, correct? But how does it play in the halls of Congress? How do you think Vice President Pence and Priebus and Steve Bannon, I don't know, Kristen Welker from NBC News was sitting next to them, and they said for the first 45 minutes they were supportive. Then they were giving him the get off the stage sign, like enough, stop,
well, so what?
Save yourself.
No. That's not a save yourself sign. When you have staff saying cut it off, it could be, depending on what's happening. That's an interpretation, but it's not necessarily your save yourself. It can also be, that's it. We don't want to, let's get out of here. We don't want to take any more questions. We want to keep it to a particular time period. This is becoming redundant, and it did become redundant in parts. So that's not the same thing as saying save yourself. I mean, in terms of how it would play, I mean, we'll take your calls on 312-642-5600 turnkey.pro answer line. Get your opinions, how you reacted, how you think, people will react writ large, including those within your circles who are not Trump supporters or are reluctant Trump supporters. There were cringe-worthy moments for me throughout that 80 minutes, but I mean the net is him positioning himself vis-a-vis the media while actually still moving the flag on personnel, as he announced the new labor secretary nominee, who's going to get fly through the Senate, Alex Acosta.
That was the whole premise of the press conference, was to announce the labor secretary nominee. And who is it?
Alex Acosta.
Alex Acosta.
Yeah,
So
former
there's a
U.S.
Hispanic
attorney
in the cabinet.
Well, it's more than Hispanic. This is a guy who's eminently qualified. He's
Right.
He'll fly through. So then that whole controversy is gone. But it was also, look, the press wants to ask him all these questions about Flynn and Russia, which were the dominant questions from the press. And so he stood there and delivered. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say get off the stage, he should stop talking, but you should also be transparent and answer the press's questions about Russia and Mike Flynn and everything else under the sun. So which is it?
He's so insecure that it is painful. And you said cringeworthy to watch. And somebody texted John King, a politician did during this, and said he should really hash this out with his therapist and not on live TV.
I inherited a mess. It's a mess. The tone is such hatred. I'm really not a bad person, by the way. No, but the tone is such... I do get good ratings, you have to admit that. The tone is such hatred.
That gives me great pause. I mean, it really... He pushed decorum aside. I guess maybe I'd have to get used to this new reality that we live in. But I'm so sick of the media being the opposition party. And just get over it. This is going to get so old so quickly. I mean, we're only 3 weeks into his presidency. And he's trying to get, I'm a good person. Can't you love me? And I know we're going to disagree on this.
Well, forget the aside about I get good ratings and some of the silliness that is self-indulgent. Is he wrong about the tone?
It's just he doesn't like not being loved. And if anybody criticizes him, he freaks out and then has a hour and 17-minute press conference.
So is that, I'm sorry, I don't know. Is he wrong about the tone of the media? That was the question. I'll wait. Is he wrong about the tone?
But I think he created the tone. He created this adversary relationship between himself and the media, and he keeps beating the drum. And Lester Holt said it beautifully yesterday. He said, we don't want to become part of the story, but we're part of the story now.
Oh, they've been dragged into it, have they? Is that what's happening? Here's what Trump said about reporting, because all of this, like you're criticizing the press, is un-American. That's what Chuck Todd said. It's un-American. What are you talking about? And the First Amendment goes in every direction, doesn't it? I can say whatever I'd like about the media, just as the media can report whatever they'd like about me, and both do so. How is this un-American? That's hysterical. The Fourth Estate is a collection of public figures and public outlets and should be held to public scrutiny. We always ask the question, who watches the Watchman, and we always should. And that also includes those in the halls of power. So it's illegitimate to criticize the press. Trump has not advanced anything to curtail a free press. He is not talking about censoring anybody. He's talking about the fairness of their coverage. How is that un-American? Here's what Trump said.
And I hope we can correct it, because there's nobody I have more respect for, well, maybe a little bit, but than reporters, than good reporters. It's very important to me, and especially in this position. It's very important. I don't mind bad stories. I can handle a bad story better than anybody, as long as it's true. And, over a course of time, I'll make mistakes and you'll write badly, and I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay when it is fake. I mean, I watch CNN, it's so much anger.
I mean, is there some, how many people are going to play that clip? How many D.C. press outlets are going to play that clip from yesterday's press conference? Is there something amiss with that statement? Other than, I take bad stories better than anybody else, but his usual kind of, aggrandizement. But in terms of the substance of what he's saying, I respect good reporters, and I challenge bad ones, and I challenge stories that are unfair or untrue or don't provide the whole story. Where in that 80 minutes did he say anything that was un-American with respect to the D.C. press corps, the Fourth Estate more generally? I didn't hear it. Chuck Todd and the D.C. press types, the elites who hear a dog whistle every time they're criticized, that's why they have such low standing in the public's mind, and that's why they make a perfect foil for Trump, and that's why he's focusing on them.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
As a parent, you want what's best for your children. That means sending them to a school where they'll get the superior education they deserve, and that also shares your values. That can be tricky these days, as public schools have changed and private schools can be expensive. Your household budget has already been cut to the bone, and it's hard to imagine where you'll find that extra money. Well, there's help to lessen that financial burden and provide your child with the very best education at half the cost. At AM 560 The Answer, we work with private schools throughout the Chicagoland area to provide tuition for families at half the normal cost. Just log on to halfpriceschools.com and you'll find some of Chicagoland's finest private schools, from preschool all the way through high school, at half the cost. And chances are there's a school right in your neighborhood. Invest in your child's education and future at halfpriceschools.com. A limited number of half-price vouchers are available. Go to halfpriceschools.com now.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, continue with the Trump press conference and his responses to inquiries about his ties to Putin and the Ruskies at 5:38.
And later, the real reason why Robert Harward decided to not take the NSA position. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Senior Pakistani government officials said moments ago the death toll from a massive ISIS terrorist suicide bombing at a Sufi shrine in the country's south has reached 80. Police commissioner in Hyderabad, the largest city closest to the town where the shrine was attacked, says at least 250 more have been severely wounded. Vice President Mike Pence will be in Europe on Saturday to smooth over relations with U.S. allies that may be rattled by some of the Trump administration's statements regarding Russia and NATO. Senior White House officials say Pence will tell the annual Munich Security Conference that Europe is an indispensable partner with the U.S. The president says his administration is making incredible progress in the first weeks in office.
The stock market has hit record numbers, and there has been a tremendous surge of optimism in the business world, which is, to me, means something much different than it used to.
At a White House news conference yesterday, Trump rejected reports of chaos in his administration. Retired Vice Admiral Robert Harward is turning down President Donald Trump's offer to become National Security Advisor. The 60-year-old former Navy SEAL was asked to replace Michael Flynn. Sources say Harward was concerned about not being able to establish his own team within the National Security Council. A new report says the former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn told the FBI he did not talk about sanctions with Russian officials. It is a new report this morning in the Washington Post. House Speaker Paul Ryan says Republicans will introduce legislation to repeal and replace Obamacare in the next week.
It has become increasingly clear that this law is collapsing. People's premiums are getting higher and higher. Their deductibles are soaring.
Ryan telling a briefing that Obamacare is leaving families with fewer or no choices. No one hurt after two planes collide over Phoenix. The accident happened last night when a departing Frontier Airlines plane clipped the wing of a Southwest plane that was arriving. Top NHL player Sidney Crosby, the newest member of the NHL's 1,000-point club. Sid the Kid had 2 assists in a Pittsburgh win over Winnipeg in overtime. More unseasonably warm weather for Illinois this weekend. 4 killed in a 3-vehicle crash in northwest suburban Des Plaines. Jim Talamonte in the traffic center will keep us informed about the reconstruction of that accident through the morning rush. And Illinois employees will continue to receive a paycheck from the state, in spite of actions by the state attorney general, Democrat Lisa Madigan, as a St. Clair County judge rejects a request by Madigan to halt state workers' pay. Bulls over the Celtics, 104-103. The news, a service of the Chicago Auto Show. Shake off winner and visit the Chicago Auto Show at McCormick Place now through the 20th. Download the Chicago Auto Show app for the chance to win a 2-year lease on a new Buick Envision or GMC Acadia. Find out more at ChicagoAutoShow.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes this is just the beginning of the bashing from the left.
They're in a full-fledged attack. It is nonstop, and it's going to get way worse before it gets better. Are you ready for it? Or are you afraid people are going to start throwing in the towel? They're going to try to beat him and beat his agenda by wearing us down. We're going to be subjected to this crap day in and day out.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Come by Discount Tire this Friday and Saturday for incredible President's Day deals. Save up to $320 on select tire and wheel packages purchased with Discount Tire credit. Thank you, Discount Tire.
Hey, are you thinking about the IRS right now? Man, if the IRS is coming after you, your IRS problem is there day and night. You need help to fight the IRS. I recommend you call my very good friend, Attorney Stephen Leahy of Open Tax Resolutions. Hey, he's got a special offer going on right now. If you're not certain about your position with the IRS, he will pull your personal IRS transcripts and find out exactly where you stand for free. Find out where you stand. If you owe back taxes, if you have unfiled returns. Hey, if you're afraid of the IRS, call my friend Steve Leahy now. 312-664-6649. Steve's the host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard every Sunday at 5 right here on AM 560. He's also a really good friend of mine, and I don't know of anybody better in dealing with the IRS. Call him now. Steve Leahy, 312-664-6649. That's 312-664-6649.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool.
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks. Hiring is the most challenging part of my job.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. One click and my job was posted to 200 plus job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 200 plus job sites. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/start now. That's ZipRecruiter.com/start now.
A check of the roads, Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center time. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. And in Des Plaines, Northwest Highway has just reopened. Between Mount Prospect Road and Gulf Road, it had been closed all night since that major wreck, which again happened around 9 last evening, but now the roadway, Northwest Highway, is open again. And the expressways and tollways, traffic is light on the Aidens, the Kennedy, and the Eisenhower. No delays there. Inbound Stevenson, though, stop and go from State Street to Lakeshore Drive. 36 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. Outbound fine at 34. Ride a little heavy starting around 18th now. It's 17 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound, there's road work at the south end from 87th to Split. No delays, though. I-57, 16 minutes. I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 18. Tollways are fine. Traffic is a service of Verizon. Unlimited gets the network it deserves, and so do you. Verizon, they're doing Unlimited the Verizon way without compromising reliability. And the largest, most advanced 4G LTE network in America. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Sunny skies. Temperatures could break the record of 60. High near 64 in spots. Mainly clear and a low of 42 overnight. 30 at O'Hare, 37 along the lakefront. And your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
Dan and Amy talking about that wide-ranging consciousness streaming press conference that Donald Trump held yesterday, where, among other things, he was asked repeatedly from every possible angle, as the presses want to do in those gaggles, as you know, Miss Jacobson.
Yes, Mr. Bruff.
Presses want to do, try and get at it from any different angle, see if you can get different answers. So Trump responding to, number one, what happened to Michael Flynn?
What was wrong was the way that other people, including yourselves in this room, were given that information. Because that was classified information. It was given illegally. That's the real problem. And, you can talk all you want about Russia, which was all a, fake news fabricated deal to try and make up for the loss of the Democrats, and the press plays right into it. In fact, I saw a couple of the people that were supposedly involved with all of this. They know nothing about it. They weren't in Russia. They never made a phone call to Russia. They never received a phone call. It's all fake news. It's all fake news.
And CBS, both Paul Manafort and Carter Page, two of the aides that were alleged that it was insinuated they had repeated contacts with, calls to Russia during the course of the campaign. They both denied that to be the case during to CBS News. So that's what Trump is referencing. In addition, he made it clear why, despite what he just said about Flynn and what the real issue is, why Flynn had to go.
He was just doing his job. The thing is, he didn't tell our vice president properly, and then he said he didn't remember. So either way, it wasn't very satisfactory to me.
So he got rid of him because of that.
Pretty straightforward.
But yet he still stands by him.
Well, he stands by the job he was doing, but he doesn't stand by providing incomplete or purposely misleading, whichever it was, information to the vice president. So that those two things are not in conflict with one another, really.
Right.
In terms of the idea of communicating with representatives of foreign governments in that elect period before the president is inaugurated, that is not unprecedented, and Trump is characterizing it as him doing his job, starting to essentially drop lines of communication or reestablish existing lines of communication.
Right, but during the time that they were communicating, did he talk about lifting Russian sanctions?
Well, this is another...
And that's why we need the transcripts, because I want to see the transcripts of those conversations to see who's telling the truth and who's not.
Well, that's another issue. But in terms of Trump's posture with respect to Flynn, it was, as it has been described by his representatives, both Conway and Spicer, as a trust issue, not a discussing international topics with representatives of Russia or any other foreign government, because, of course, he had conversations with representatives of some 30 governments, it's been reported, prior to officially taking the position as NSA after the inauguration, and everybody's focused on just one of those conversations. So that necessarily means that having a conversation is not the problem. The substance of it possibly could be, but his recollection and forthrightness with respect to it is the real issue. At least that's the real issue for the president, as he so described. Trump was also asked about his ties to Russia after the whole fake news business, and he made it fairly clear that he didn't have any.
So the three people that they talked about all totally deny it. And I can tell you, speaking for myself, I own nothing in Russia. I have no loans in Russia. I don't have any deals in Russia.
All right, and he put that issue to rest, but then he goes off into cray-cray town and starts talking about Hillary Clinton. And that's where he loses the argument, because he sounds so insecure.
WikiLeaks, which I had nothing to do with, comes out and happens to give, they're not giving classified information. Nobody mentions that Hillary received the questions to the debates. Can you imagine, seriously, can you imagine if I received the questions? It would be the electric chair.
Yeah, be the electric chair. I mean, how long can you beat a dead horse?
Well, I'm trying not to do stream of consciousness, trying to tackle one topic area at a time, but okay. Jason in Arlington Heights, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, Dan, I mean, I'm curious, because Amy's making some good points here. The whole fake news argument, which he continually repeats, why is it fake news to question significant, consistent allegations regarding Russia? But it wasn't fake news when he brought up President Obama's birth certificate for years, or Hillary Clinton's emails, which the email thing was a solid judgment question. The birth certificate thing, I think most people agree that was pretty insane. But a legitimate question regarding Russia is fake news.
No, I'm not saying that legitimate questions with respect to Russia are fake news, and I'm not saying that his birther foray was anything other than unfounded. It was. That's been my position from the get-go. I'm not sure what the question is. If the question is what's fake news, well, from the left, fake news is anybody we disagree with. From our perspective, fake news is unsubstantiated claims, stories that turn out to be completely made up out of whole cloth, like the Washington Post story about the Russian incursion into a Vermont nuclear reactor that was fake news. It was not true. New York Times papering op-eds, presenting them as news, and the New Yorker doing the same. This isn't just my opinion. This is those that are in the milieu, like Michael Wolff, who have provided myriad examples of this too. Talking about everything is anonymously sourced, everything is insinuation without evidence and without names, and then there are stories that have been proven wholly untrue. Rick Perry, the New York Times interview with Rick Perry, a former aide of Rick Perry, that turned out to be a complete mischaracterization of what Rick Perry's former aide said about him. Those are examples of fake news.
I do not disagree with that. I guess I'm wondering how that kind of blankets everything as fake news, and he kind of attacks every question as fake news that he doesn't want to answer. There's obviously examples on all sides, but this is just a mass characterization of the press as fake news.
Thanks for the call, Jason. I mean, I sometimes, look, here we go again with Trump and his lack of precision with words, right? So the one time you can come across, if you isolate what he said and say he's saying everybody's fake news and everything CNN does is fake news. And then on the other hand, he's saying, look, I don't mind good reporters even reporting bad stories as long as they're true or as long as they're complete stories. So he's saying things that can seem to be in contradiction. I think what he's trying to say is there's a tone problem. There are news outlets that are, essentially part of the resistance and that are out to get him, not to be part of the news, to be part of the resistance rather than to report news stories that are substantiated. And that's where he has a problem. Obviously, you're probably never going to get that kind of clarity for Trump in explaining his position. But that's what I take away from seemingly contradictory statements in that 80-minute press conference yesterday, about half of which I think was devoted to the press.
Can we play the thing in its entirety, the last hour and 15 minutes of the show?
Yeah, sure.
Let's hear it again.
Leo in Aurora, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan, Amy, how you doing? Yeah, I just want to make a couple comments. I only caught part of the press conference, but some highlights for me was when he mentioned Schumer's name, and he goes, lightweight.
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh, that was just beautiful. Yeah. And then another point, he was talking about fake news. Oh no, I got a new one. It's called very fake news.
Yeah, CNN is now very fake news.
And then,
right.
well, the thing about that struck me is, did you hear the laughter in the room? I mean, this is like Trump's fireside chat with the little kiddies, trying to get into their hearts and their minds and their consciences, saying, hey, you guys are effing up this whole country the way you're acting. And I don't know. I thought it was great. I didn't think it was ranting. I knew what the left was going to say or whatever the opposition, but Trump is a leader. Donald Trump is a businessman. My father was a businessman. Businessmen make decisions. They get the job done, okay? They're not politicians like you said yesterday. We just got to hang with this guy. He is a leader. He's got more huevos than anyone else in that room. I mean, he's very comfortable. You notice that with all those people.
No,
it's his environment. It's like a boardroom environment.
Yeah, it was his most exciting day on the job.
It's a little out of hand.
Yeah. Yesterday was his most exciting day on the job. He loves sparring with the media. This is what he does. He
said, I'm having fun.
Yeah. And he might do this more often. I mean, his first solo press conference with the press, he might have one every week.
Thanks for the call, Leo. Appreciate it.
Gird your loins.
Randy and Sandwich.
Okay, this is something that's been going on since the beginning of the election, where you remember when they said in the beginning, Trump's done, and went through the echo chamber, that his campaign is over and over. And then each time he had to come back from the ashes and show that he's not done and that he is in control. And I think yesterday what he was doing is reiterating the fact from that point all the way till now that no matter what he says or does, there's people out there that want to stumble over the top of him to try to knock him down, and then he gets right back up and shows that didn't even faze me at all, and I'm going to push forward. But one thing that I think that I saw in the news last night that needs to totally be addressed, there was a lady black lady reporter that stood up and said something about how the Black Caucus wanted to meet with him. And then he asked her, do you know them? Do you know do you want to set this meeting up? Well, then immediately they go to, I was watching ABC News, World News, to somebody that was in the Black Caucus, and then that guy wanted to say that Trump was racist because he asked her because she was black, because she was the one who asked the question. Now, I guess they are going to meet at some point, and there was a reaching out from them a month ago that they're trying to investigate if that was true or not. But the point I'm trying to make is this. It doesn't matter what he says or does, is that they're going to try to beat him up on every point. And I think yesterday was an attempt to reset the clock and say, listen, I'm not going to sit here and keep taking all this bombardment. I'm going to keep pushing forward, and I'm going to continue to get the job done, despite the fact that you guys want to bog down and go to all these little minor issues.
All right, thanks for the call, Randy.
Yeah, and the reporter was April Ryan. She's a longtime White House correspondent.
I saw the same response to, that's racist because he asked her to set the meeting. He recounted trying to get a meeting with Elijah Cummings. They were supposed to have a meeting, then Cummings canceled. At least that's what Trump said.
Yeah, that's what I learned yesterday. And it was substantive.
Yeah.
He's been trying to reach out, and Elijah Cummings said he can't do it because of political optics.
That's what Trump said.
Yeah.
Now, in addition to that, the whole, she's a black female, so he asked her to set up a meeting with the Black Caucus, kind of tongue-in-cheek, and that's somehow racist. Randy's right. It's absurd. That's an absurd statement that people looking to be offended, people seeing racism everywhere, and then it devalues real instances of racism. But remember the question she asked. She asked specifically about the Congressional Black Caucus and if he was going to meet with the Congressional Black Caucus.
To help revitalize Americans' urban centers.
Right, but she raised the specific issue of the meeting, and they said, well, you are raising it. Why don't you set up the meeting? And that's somehow right. I mean, that's just silly. And this is when the press destroys their credibility, when they take something and try and turn it into something it's not.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Looking to stop the runaround? Continental Audi of Naperville puts you in the driver's seat with straight talk and no hassle. Plus, we offer maintenance valet service and our VIP loyalty program after the sale. It's part of the Continental difference that you'll experience. Right now, lease the legendary Audi A4 for only $399 a month, and we'll even make your first payment to get you started. Continental Audi Naperville has a large selection, including more than 300 new and pre-driven vehicles ready to drive. Plus, qualified buyers get 1.9% financing on certified Audis. Drive an Audi and feel the difference in your driving enjoyment. Drive an Audi from Continental and you'll know the difference an exceptional dealership can make. Experience the Continental Audi difference. ContinentalAudi.com.
36-month lease, $3,015 due outstanding, includes first month payment, tax, title, license, extra. Subject to credit approval through Audi Financial Services.
There's bound to be a good reason when a local startup company becomes an industry leader in only 5 years. Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting achieved this success by offering highly skilled professional services at highly competitive prices. Business owners, project managers, field supervisors, and procurement managers from many of Chicagoland's top companies depend on Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting. They specialize in industrial, heavy highway, and commercial projects requiring concrete cutting, core drilling, as well as wall, slab, chain, wire, and ring sawing. Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting will complete your project on time and on budget. Demolition and sealing services such as silicone and hot tar are also available. For an estimate or questions about your project needs, call Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting, the cutting edge in concrete cutting today at 773-282-2CUT. That's 773-282-2288. Or visit ChicagoCutConcreteCutting.com.
If you've ever wished to be more knowledgeable about the financial world and take command of your finances, your wait is over. Enroll in the Investor Education Institute 3-session program and learn what the pros know. Call the IEI now at 800-504-8505. Be better prepared to build your wealth, make better decisions, and reach your financial goals. It will give you the tools designed to help you rank asset classes, sectors, and markets to limit risk and recognize potential opportunities. There is limited seating for winter and spring sessions, so call 800-504-8505 now to reserve your space. Don't be caught off guard with a market downturn and learn how to determine trends that could grow and protect your wealth. Call the Investor Education Institute now to find out which session works best for you. Get the knowledge to take control of your financial future and call 800-504-8505. That's 800-504-8505. Or visit instituteforinvestors.com. That's instituteforinvestors.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
Every 30 seconds, a RE/MAX agent helps someone find their perfect place. Hi, my name is Gary Hall of RE/MAX Central, and I'm one of those agents. I'm consistently ranked in the top 10% of agents in Chicagoland, and I want to make RE/MAX Central work for you. As a 24/7 realtor, I invest in you and I believe in the gift by giving philosophy. Your home will typically sell within 90 days if you follow my advice. But if you're not happy, you can terminate the listing agreement after 30 days. RE/MAX agents help hundreds of thousands of families buy or sell a home. Please give me a chance to help you here at RE/MAX Central. Call me at 847-651-1993. That's 847-651-1993.
Gary Hall, agent of RE/MAX Central. Each RE/MAX office is independently owned and operated. For further information, call 847-651-1993.
At 5:57, it's time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935, and time to check the roads. We do that in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Des Plaines, Northwest Highway is open again between Mount Prospect Road and Gulf Road. It had been closed all night after a major wreck yesterday evening. Edens and the Kennedy are still looking good. Eisenhower inbound. Heavy First Avenue to Harlem, 31 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 29. Stevenson, 38 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound clear. Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57's now good. Bishop Ford's a 2-minute delay from Cottage Grove to the merge. Traffic is a service of Verizon. Unlimited gets the network it deserves, and so do you. Verizon, they're doing unlimited the Verizon way without compromising reliability on the largest, most advanced 4G LTE network in America. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues after an update from Fox News, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A sunny day today with a high 64, then a mainly clear night, low 42. Mostly sunny tomorrow with a high 62 and a mainly clear night, low 35. Mostly sunny again Sunday with a high 61 and a partly cloudy night, low 44. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
The news is a service of LifeLock. Grabbing coffee or breakfast, if you swipe that card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to lifelock.com now. Promo code RISK. Save 10%. At 5:58, here are the stories we're following right now on AM 560, The Answer. More unseasonably warm weather hitting the state of Illinois this weekend. Temps near 60. 4 were killed in a 3-vehicle crash in northwest suburban Des Plaines. Des Plaines police say 3 of the victims were from 1 car. Chicago violence remains a hot topic of conversation for President Donald Trump during his news conference yesterday, saying there are 2 Chicagos, an incredibly luxurious one and one that is worse than many places in the Middle East. Illinois employees will continue to receive a paycheck in spite of the actions of State Attorney General Democrat Lisa Madigan. The St. Clair County Circuit Judge rejected a request from Madigan yesterday to halt state workers' pay until lawmakers resolve the budget crisis. Jimmy Butler and the Bulls winners over the Celtics Thursday night, 104-103. More Dan and Amy after we get an update from Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time, 6.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Democrats have pulled another all-nighter at the Senate.
I will be voting no on Scott Pruitt.
Elizabeth Warren and others railing against President Trump's pick to head the Environmental Protection Agency. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Senate Republicans are expected to confirm Oklahoma Attorney General Scott Pruitt to lead the EPA over objections from Democrats. Tammy Duckworth of Illinois says Pruitt is a climate change denier.
He is actually arguing that we should be teaching false science and should be encouraging it in classrooms.
Majority Leader Mitch McConnell defended Pruitt.
He understands the real-world consequences of EPA actions.
Republicans have praised Pruitt for enforcing environmental laws when appropriate. A vote on Pruitt is planned later today. Dave.
Rachel, the president still needs to find a new national security advisor. His pick to replace Michael Flynn turned the job down. Retired Navy Vice Admiral Robert Harward cited personal reasons. Meanwhile,
Sean Spicer can breathe a sigh of relief this morning because help is on the way. White House sources tell us that Mike Dubke is set to be named as the next communications director. Up until now, Spicer has been filling in there in addition to his role as White House press secretary.
Fox's Garrett Tenney, the appeals court that refused to unblock President Trump's executive order halting travel from 7 mostly Muslim countries deemed terrorists, says it'll hold off reconsidering it as the president proceeds with a rewrite expected next week.
The president did not address exactly how he'll rewrite it at a press conference Thursday. The court documents do indicate that for the sake of time, they'll rewrite it to focus not on green card holders or others who've lived here, but on those seeking to enter who've never been here.
That's Fox's Jessica Jessica Rosenthal. President Trump, a few minutes ago, tweeted thank you for all the nice statements on his press conference yesterday. Fake media not happy. He also tweeted, repealing and replacing Obamacare is moving fast despite long delays by Democrats. Democrats say the GOP is going to hurt health care with the changes. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
Attention men, if you have tried or wanted to try Viagra or Cialis, or if you've ordered an over-the-counter product in the last few years, Noxitril is an option that is completely private, has received tremendous reviews, and can be at your door in just days. Pharmaceutical companies dislike us because we present a real option to their higher prices and insurance limitations. After years of research, Noxitril has been developed and formulated in U.S. FDA labs, packed with the highest quality potent ingredients. Noxitril is a true breakthrough in male potency. This remarkable all-natural pill is being called Viagra on steroids and is known as a sure winner. So what are you waiting for? Call now and ask how to get your free supply.
Call now and find out how to get a free bottle of Noxitril while supplies last. Call 1-800-993-0750. That's 800-993-0750. Free bottles for a limited time, so call now. 800-993-0750. 800-993-0750.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering. Stop by and try their food before planning your awesome corporate event menu. Visit tastycatering.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I have a question. Trump has a new communications director. His name is Mike Dupke. He is with American Crossroads, or Crossroads Media that he founded, but with American Crossroads, which is the super PAC run by Karl Rove.
What's his name again? Because
Mike Dupke.
I want to know what he looks like. Because I want to know who's going to play him on Saturday Night Live.
Right. Well, he's probably not. He's not going to be the public face. Spicer will be the public face still. But here's my question: with the addition of the comm director, should Trump replace Sean Spicer with John Barron as his press secretary?
Oh, yeah, that's the alias that he used when he would call certain publications and say, that Donald Trump guy, he gets the girls. Remember that? And then he ends up naming his fifth child Barron.
John Barron was his fictional publicist that was actually Donald Trump back in the day as a real estate impresario. So the point being is Trump the most effective spokesman for Trump? And did that press conference yesterday aid and abet the Trump policy agenda, which, remember, that's what this is all supposed to be about. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. I don't think CNN is going to think that it aided and abetted him. In fact, I know, because Jake Tapper opined right after the press conference. But here was the part of the exchange that lasted, a significant portion of the 80-minute press conference, probably a good 15 or 20 minutes that was devoted intermittently to CNN. Trump revisiting his old flame, Jim Acosta.
And, over a course of time, I'll make mistakes and you'll write badly, and I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay when it is fake. I mean, I watch CNN, it's so much anger and hatred. And just the hatred. I don't watch it anymore because it's very good. He's saying, no, it's okay, Jim. It's okay, Jim. You'll have your chance. But I watch others, too. You're not the only one, so don't feel bad.
And then Jim got his chance.
Okay, Jim? Okay. Well, ask Jeff Zucker how he got his job, okay? Well, not too many. We do have other people. You do have other people, and your ratings aren't as good as some of the other people that are waiting. Okay. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah. Okay.
And Jim Acosta used to work at BBM right here in Chicago.
Yeah.
Before he moved on to bigger and better things. But Trump also ripped on Mike. Well,
so that's Acosta there bantering back and forth, having
it's actually fun.
Good-natured fun with one another. Yeah, exactly.
I think they're starting to get along. I think their relationship's developing.
Well, one of the things that it shows is that it's not so personal. It's really on the substance of, what Trump is trying to do versus what CNN's trying to do, and everybody's playing, doing their, I guess, abiding their professional responsibilities. But Acosta, made this point that ultimately was repeated several times after the press conference, with a question about the leaks are real, but the news is fake. How do you square the circle?
Now, they'll take this news conference. I'm actually having a very good time, okay? But they'll take this news conference. Don't forget, that's the way I won. Remember, I used to give you a news conference every time I made a speech, which was like every day. Okay? No, that's how I won. I won with news conference and probably speeches. I certainly didn't win by people listening to you people, that's for sure. But I'm having a good time. Tomorrow they will say, Donald Trump rants and raves at the press. I'm not ranting and raving. I'm just telling you, you're dishonest people.
I'm just telling you. Matter of fact, I'm just telling you, you're dishonest. I mean, that was fun. That was post his answer to the leaks are real, but the news is fake.
Here's the thing. The public isn't, they read newspapers, they see television, they watch. They don't know if it's true or false because they're not involved. I'm involved. I've been involved with this stuff all my life, but I'm involved. So I know when you're telling the truth or when you're not. I just see many, many untruthful things. And I'll tell you what else I see. I see tone, the word tone. The tone is such hatred. I'm really not a bad person, by the way. No, but the tone is such, I do get good ratings, you have to admit that. The tone is such hatred.
And he goes on to distinguish that the leaks are the new. I mean, he doesn't really answer the question, but the answer to the question, the leaks are real, but the news is fake. And, that doesn't make any sense. Well, I mean, it does. The leaks can be real because you have reporters opining on them. Maybe he knows things internally that even the Washington Post reporters who apparently received the leaked information about Flynn's phone calls, maybe he knows more than we do since he has access to a lot more information than we do. But you can say that they've got the basis of a story correct, that there were leaks, but the insinuations and the substantiation of claims about the nature of those conversations is incorrect or quote-unquote fake news, the phrase of the day. I don't think those two things are necessarily in conflict.
Okay. Did any of this press conference that went on for an hour and 17 minutes give you any pause or any concern? Do you think he was dangerously unstable at certain times?
I think he's Trump, and that was Trump. And so, I mean...
he was having a good time. I mean, it was his best day in office since he took the oath of office.
Does he speak with clarity? No. Is he precise with language? No. Does he do kind of rambling stream of consciousness? Yes. Does he does he make poor choices with some of his examples for the purposes of illustrating a point? Yes. Do we know all this because we've paid attention for the last almost 2 years? Yes.
Right, but I thought
why would we be surprised by that press conference?
I just thought the gravity of the office of the presidency would humble him a little bit, make him more prepared. I don't think he was prepared for yesterday's press conference. Listen to this, a response from Major Garrett about Russian provocations.
Can we conclude there'll be no response to these particular provocations?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you anything about what response I do. I don't talk about military response. I don't say I'm going into Mosul in 4 months. We are going to attack Mosul in 4 months. Then 3 months later, we are going to attack Mosul in 1 month. Next week, we are going to attack Mosul. In the meantime, Mosul is very, very difficult. You know why? Because I don't talk about military, and I don't talk about certain other things. We had Hillary Clinton give Russia 20% of the uranium in our country. You know what uranium is, right? It's a thing called nuclear weapons and other things, like lots of things are done with uranium, including some bad things.
Thank you for the tutorial on uranium.
Well, it wasn't much of a tutorial. I'm not sure how much he knows about uranium. Here's the thing. The response to Major Garrett's question
Uh-huh.
should have been one sentence. I
Right.
am not going to telegraph decisions I make with respect to national security vis-a-vis enemies of the United States.
And this is why you should be the White House communications director.
Well, it's just so. I mean, that's not. But that wouldn't be Trump being Trump. So I mean, to use Mosul as an example, that was cringeworthy for me. To simply say I'm not going to tell you what we're going to do with respect to the Russian spy boat that's been identified, or
Well, he said he wanted to blow it out of the water.
well, he didn't say that. He said that's not what he said. This is where we get into it.
Okay,
That's
all
not
right,
what he
what-
said.
okay.
He said people if I said this, the American you would be cheering. Oh, he's not a tool of Russia. Oh, he's taking a tough stance against Russia. But I'm not going to do that. That's what he said. He was using that as another example. I would have preferred that he not use blowing up a Russian spy boat as an example of something he's not going to do.
Right.
He can, at some topic areas, it's okay to speak in the abstract. One of those topic areas, national security. Please don't give concrete examples of what you are or are not going to do with respect to blowing up Russian boats or attacking terrorist hotbeds in the Middle East. I just prefer you don't do that. Those were uncomfortable moments for me. But the net of the press conference, I thought, look, and he doesn't, I'm somebody who likes the way William F. Buckley communicated. But I suspect it turns out that I'm in the minority in this country on that topic. And so I'm never going to be a fan of the way Trump communicates. But in terms of trying to analyze its effectiveness and his effectiveness, the foils that he picks, and frankly, the personality that he infuses into the discussion, I think yesterday was net positive for Trump.
Really?
I really do.
Well, clearly we know that the media is the opposition party because he went on to rip on my girlfriend, Don Lemon, who has the 10 o'clock show.
Yeah.
You dubbed him that. She, did I just say she? Don has
He's looking for a fella this year.
That's right.
He's ready for a relationship. I learned that on his New Year's Eve coverage.
He wants to settle down. So Donald Trump didn't call him out by name, but knows that his show is at 10 p.m. Eastern on CNN.
And I have to say, Fox and Friends in the morning, they're very honorable people. They're very, not because they're good, because they hit me also when I do something wrong, but they have the most honest morning show. That's all I can say. It's the most honest. But the tone, Jim, if you look, the hatred, sometimes somebody gets, well, you look at your show that goes on at 10 o'clock in the evening. You just take a look at that show. That is a constant hit. The panel is almost always exclusive anti-Trump. The good news is he doesn't have good ratings. But the panel is almost exclusive anti-Trump. And the hatred and venom coming from his mouth, the hatred coming from other people on your network. Now, I will say this. I watch it. I see it. I'm amazed by it. And I just think you'd be a lot better off. I honestly do. The public gets it, Look, when I go to rallies, they turn around and start screaming at CNN. They want to throw their placards at CNN. I think you would do much better by being different.
And, you can agree or disagree with Trump's assessment, but what you can't, the position that is illegitimate is the position that Chuck Todd and others are taking. That Trump's criticism of CNN or any other reporter, any other outlet is un-American.
Yeah,
He is not talking about censorship. He is not telling anybody what to do. He's not suggesting he's going to use the power of the state to force them to bend to his will. He's saying he disagrees. So what?
Well, Lester Holt yesterday, because everybody aired this live, a special news report, Trump's first solo press conference. They said we didn't want to be inserted into this, but now we are because Trump attacks the media.
Yeah, that's just disingenuous. I like Lester Holt, but it's disingenuous. And here was Jake, speaking of CNN, Jake Tapper, right after the press conference, prompted by Wolf Blitzer to react. And here's what Jake Tapper said in defense of CNN and in criticism of the president.
He talked about Jim Acosta more than he talked about Alexander Acosta. He talked about Hillary Clinton more than he talked about Alexander Acosta. He spent the first part of his remarks talking about accomplishments that he thought the media, the fake media, whatever he wants to call us, we're not paying enough attention to. But then, instead of focusing on these accomplishments and offering an optimistic, positive view of what he's doing for this country, it was an airing of grievances. It was Festivus. It was complaints about the media. At one point, he said the leaks were real, but the news is fake, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Actually, it can make some sense. He didn't explain it, but I explained it for him, Jake, and it can make some sense. Tapper went on to say this.
If you are a soldier in harm's way right now, if you are a hungry child in Appalachia or the inner city, if you are an unemployed worker in a hollow shell of a steel town, that's not a president who seemed rather focused on your particular needs and wants. That's a president focused on his bad press. It was unhinged, it was wild, and I can't believe that there are Republicans and on Capitol Hill and in the White House who don't understand that might play well with the 44% of the population that voted for the president. But a lot of Americans are going to watch that press conference and think, that guy is not focused on me. I don't even know what he's focused on.
Yeah, there was, Tapper has a point about stream of consciousness. He doesn't like the style that Trump offers, and he certainly doesn't like the emphasis on the media and the criticism of CNN. Okay. But it is not correct to say that a lot of policy ground wasn't covered. He talked about the decision to relieve Michael Flynn of his duty as National Security Advisor. He announced at the outset his new Labor Secretary nominee would be Alex Acosta. He discussed the timeline for Obamacare repeal and replace. He discussed tax reform in the context of Obamacare reform and replace. He discussed, frankly, the delays of Senate Democrats, the delay strategy of Senate Democrats with respect to his cabinet appointments. He discussed the rewriting of the executive order on the temporary travel ban that is expected the beginning to the middle of next week. He talked about that. So in addition to all of the Russia questions, so to the idea that there was no policy ground covered for those that are concerned about the range of issues beyond media coverage and media's truthfulness, well, that's not true either. By the way, CNN?
Yes.
There is a little issue with CNN. I mean, there's many issues with CNN, but there's this underreported story. It comes to us from the Daily Caller, one of those fake news outlets, according to the D.C. Press Corps, because it's conservative, of course. One of CNN's employees, a reporter named Carmen Aristegui.
Good pronunciation.
Aristegui.
Glad you're doing it. Not
Aristegui, maybe. Carmen Aristegui. She compared Trump. She has a show on CNN Espanol. She compared Trump twice at an awards banquet to Adolf Hitler. She said of Trump in her speech, "The triumph of Trump has left us shaken. We are all still in a state of shock. Trump has unleashed the worst hatred and given force to racism and xenophobia. He's opened the door to the worst demons. That's why the world is so frightened, and we must use the tools of democracy and human rights to face this time that is approaching," and so forth. So a CNN Espanol reporter who has a show compared Donald Trump to Hitler, and then you wonder why Donald Trump is going to refer to CNN as fake news, or now very fake news. That's the new moniker. Let's go to Dan in Frankfurt. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Dan?
Yes. You're on.
Hi, Dan. Just wanted to say that I'm very surprised at you. This is the highest praise I've ever heard come out of your mouth for Donald Trump. And to Amy's comment, I don't want to see a humbled president. Maybe a sober one, and I feel that he is a sober one.
Never had a drop of alcohol in his
life. What?
No, I know. I was being facetious. I said he's never had a drop of alcohol in his life, but I know you had it a different metaphor.
And that's a concern for me.
Don't trust a man who doesn't drink.
Just one other thing is I wanted to say that I feel that he is the best choice for president at this time, and I feel that his message of patriotism is exactly what this country needs to bond. When you have a common thread going through all peoples, all ethnic and racial and gender that people can bond to, that's what will bring a country together.
All right. Thanks for the call, Dan. There's one vote against impeachment. Kenny in Beecher.
Hey, Dan and Amy, how you doing this morning?
Good morning.
Good.
So I got, I'm an avid Trump supporter, but sometimes I think that he may be living in his own bubble, in his own world. The reason why I say that is he noted on two key things that I kind of disagree with that he said at the press conference yesterday. He mentioned that his administration is running like a well-tuned machine. Now, how could you run like a well-tuned machine if you're missing cabinet members and now we've got this whole fiasco with Flynn? The other thing that I wanted to note on, I just try to see your opinion on this, is, he mentioned that his executive order on the immigration ban went smoothly. Well, as you and I know, there's been a lot of talk about how there was the order wasn't exactly explained correctly, and a lot of people that were enforcing that particular order, they really had no set rules or guidelines on how to hold these people or what they were going to do with them. What do you think?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Kenny. I think you make some good points. I mean, it's a well-oiled machine. He said that on a couple occasions, as you mentioned. There have obviously been some hiccups. The executive order is one. The Flynn matter is another. I mean, he would argue, as he did during the press conference, that the Ninth Circuit is in chaos. Well, I don't know if the Ninth Circuit is in chaos. He also said the Ninth Circuit's been overruled 80% of the time by the Supreme Court. That's true-ish.
Well,
just to clarify that point, 0.1% of Ninth Circuit cases have been taken by the Supreme Court because, remember, you have to get a writ of certiorari from the Supreme Court. They're not taking every case that the Ninth Circuit rules on. So of the very small fraction of Ninth Circuit cases the Supreme Court has taken up, that's where 80% of the time they have been overturned by the Supreme Court. But the point is to say, Trump would argue, well, if not for a bad court decision, if not for illegal leaks, then, and if not for Senate stonewalling, then everything would be going even better. But despite these hurdles, it's still a well-oiled machine that we're running. But I take Kenny's point.
But I mean, even his third choice for NSA, National Security Advisor, Hardward, he told his friend told CNN this morning that he's not taking the position because it's chaotic over there at the White House. And he described the White House as a blank sandwich. And the word starts with an S.
Mm-hmm. That was his choice to replace Flynn.
Right.
Right. Okay. I mean,
now it looks like Petraeus is getting a little.
Your bad boy
warming up
is
to the spot, huh?
Your bad boy is still in play.
Who wants to see Petraeus' wife again? Oh, I'm so mean. Seriously,
I got this. How about this?
I am so rude. I'm going to excuse myself.
I want to see Petraeus' wife in a Carl's Jr. ad.
There you go.
In a bikini, washing a Bentley, eating a double cheeseburger.
No, the triple bacon burger, the bacon butter.
Michelle in Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Mean Girls. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Good morning, you're on.
Oh, I'm calling because I'm really, really offended by the fact of how these people totally disrespect our president. And I believe that Obama and Michelle have a lot to do with it. I'm sorry, Michelle and Hillary have a lot to do with this because they could have put a stop to all this hatred during their campaign. They're the ones that caused all of this. And it really offends me. And I think he's going to be a good president. He's going to be the best president.
Okay. Thanks for the call, Michelle.
I don't know about Hillary and Michelle Obama's role in this, but okay.
Oh, you don't?
Well, that they could have stopped the hate speech.
Well, when
everybody was slinging mud at everybody.
Yeah, there's a certain kind of mud that white supremacist, racist, homophobe, xenophobe gets a little tiresome. By the way, those who traffic in those aspersions all the time, you know what you do? You actually protect the real racists and homophobes and xenophobes and Islamophobes, because when that's all you have to say in response to anyone who substantively disagrees with you, then you cheapen the usage of those words to meaninglessness, and you display your inability to distinguish true examples of racism from just examples of disagreement. Holly and Hudson, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Listen, do you remember during the campaign when Paul Ryan did this dance with Trump? When Trump was good, Paul Ryan was all behind Trump. When Trump was bad, Paul Ryan distanced himself. This presser yesterday was for one audience, the GOP in the Congress, because the Rodney Davises of the world, all these congressmen are getting blown up in their districts by these liberal hate groups, and they are losing heart, and they are starting to cave, and they are spineless. This presser yesterday was for one reason. I'm here. I'm back. Let's get some work done. And I think he succeeded. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Holly. And I think the rally in Florida tomorrow is in advance of that as well. I think that's a pretty good point.
And he's going to be in South Carolina today at the Boeing facility.
Mike, oh boy, if only in Illinois. Mike on the north side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning, kids. Thanks for taking my call. You got to love Trump after this press conference. This is why we voted for him. He's not going to be bullied by the liberal press. The liberal press can't take it. It's like the ugly girl in college came back and started whooping butt on all the Lincoln Park Trixies. I just wish we had someone like him in Chicago, and I just wish we had someone like him in Springfield, to go after these people. And if any of these rhinos or Democrats in Congress think that they're going to put through an impeachment vote, you better look at the calendar. It's spring training time. Somebody may show up to visit you and take batting practice. Okay. Good luck.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Wow.
I feel like Mike loosens lug nuts on people's tires.
Yeah,
huh?
well, you never know. Mike could be hiding in a dark alley near you. Here's the thing about Mike's point, though, and I'll restate what I've said previously. Trump knows his audience. Wall Street Journal got it. One reporter went as far as to accuse Mr. Trump of undermining confidence in our news media. And the Journal replies, duh.
Hello?
His goal was to use...
just in, breaking news.
Trump's goal was to use an East Room full of journalists as his foil. That's the whole play. So, of course, that's what he's doing to advance his political interests and, by extension, his policy agenda. And he knows his audience. His audience is the American public, particularly in those states that he won. Or across demographics that even in states he lost, he won. That's his audience. And he's going to go around the filterers and the gatekeepers. Contrast that to what Bruce Rauner has become. Beholden to the chattering class and to editorial boards. That is not an audience that delivers victory. Trump's is the audience that delivers victory.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't go to bed another night worrying about unfiled tax returns or the letters or the calls you're getting from the IRS. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, there's actually good news. The IRS has recently enacted changes in the tax law called the Fresh Start Initiative, specifically for troubled taxpayers who owe the IRS. You may be able to settle your entire tax debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest, if you qualify. Call for your free consultation with Comprehensive Tax Solutions. No matter what tax issue you're facing, one call to Mary Karpowitz of Comprehensive Tax Solutions, family owned in Chicagoland, can show you the difference between night and day so that you can enjoy what matters most to you.
So the
Don't
question...
spend another day or night hiding from the IRS. Call 708-478-6770, 708-478-6770, or go to resolveyourtaxproblems.com. That's resolveyourtaxproblems.com with Comprehensive Tax Solutions.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth and I got my implant, and then I had another after that fail, and he did that one as well. And the experience was, they were amazing. It was not painful at all like I thought it was going to be, and I was very, very, very nervous about the whole thing. Nobody enjoys getting, implants or dental work, and I procrastinated, but I had to have it done. And he took me in immediately and took care of it. And he made it really affordable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given him referrals. My own sister had hers done by him.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
AM 560, The
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk more about the presser and cover some of the other topics that were covered by President Trump with Matt Mackowiak, Republican strategist, at 6:36.
And later, Trump talks about 2 different Chicagos. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
We are following devastating details on new bomb attacks in Pakistan in the newsroom this morning. The death toll from a car bomb attack in southern Baghdad this morning is up to 59. Today's attack was carried out at an auto dealership, and dozens more were wounded. Meantime, police in Pakistan are firing tear gas and swinging batons to break up a rally of protesters in a town where ISIS suicide bombers killed at least 80 worshipers at a Sufi shrine late on Thursday. Vice President Mike Pence in Europe to smooth over relations with U.S. allies, rattled by some of President Donald Trump's statements regarding Russia and NATO. A senior White House official says Pence will tell the annual Munich Security Conference that Europe is an indispensable partner. Retired Vice Admiral Robert Harward is turning down President Trump's offer to become National Security Advisor. The 60-year-old former Navy SEAL was asked to replace Michael Flynn. Sources close to Harward now say he was only concerned about not being able to establish his own team within the National Security Council. 4 were killed in a 3-vehicle crash in northwest suburban Des Plaines overnight. A 15-year-old girl who went missing earlier this week in Gary, Indiana, is now charged with her mother's murder. Prosecutors say Chastanae Reeves is being held in custody in connection with the death of Jamie Garnett. Bulls over the Celtics 104-103. The news, a service of LifeLock. Grabbing coffee or breakfast. If you swipe your card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to LifeLock.com now. Promo code RISK. Save 10%. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Come by Discount Tire this Friday and Saturday for incredible President's Day deals. Save up to $320 on select tire and wheel packages purchased with Discount Tire credit. Thank you, Discount Tire.
This is a test. WIND is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. We now return to our regularly scheduled programming, already in progress.
This is the year. It's time to sell or buy your home. The realtor you choose should have experience and success. Hi, I'm John Wright of the Wright Real Estate Group. We've sold 1,100 homes in 142 towns and municipalities in Chicagoland. Chances are you know someone who has sold or purchased a home from the Wright Real Estate Group of Keller Williams. Let our success be your success when buying or selling a home. The Wright Real Estate Group doesn't rely on celebrity endorsements to sell your home. We rely on results. When you're ready to buy or sell a home, call me, John Wright, at 630-407-1641 or log on to WrightRealEstateGroup.com. Sell or buy a home through the Wright Real Estate Group, and we'll donate $500 at closing to Food for the Poor to feed 10 children in your honor. Call 630-407-1641. The Wright Real Estate Group of Keller Williams. Moving at the speed of right.
Great talent is the driving force behind your successful business. If you don't have the right people in key roles, then you have talent gaps. IMC Solutions identifies those gaps and delivers expertise in recruiting the right talent to fill them, leaving you free to succeed.
Hi, I'm Linda Nichols. A past client called because they don't have an HR department, but they need HR expertise and knowledge to do things like write job descriptions, revise employee handbooks, manage compliance and benefits. We help them by providing on-demand HR services, both on a part-time basis and a project basis. Our consultant spent time with the client but was able to do most of the work off-site, sparing the client's time and resources. As the client grows, the consulting time can adjust to their needs.
IMC Solutions understands the unique challenges of your business, making the tough job of hiring easy. Get started on finding your next hire today at imcsolutions.com or call Linda Nichols at 630-637-6200.
This is Andy Bizup with another great reason to choose Midwest Performance Cars over the dealer for maintenance and repair of your European car. Reason number 3, convenience. How many times have you dropped your car at the dealer for service only to find out that they are out of loaners or you have to wait for a shuttle ride in a smelly van? No such problem at MPC, where we provide you with Lyft or Uber service to your office or train. Make the convenient choice at MidwestPerformanceCars.com or call us at 312-432-9492.
Hey, Craig and Leslie here from In the Know. Leslie, people have spring fever. Consumer confidence is up, and that means spending. We want folks to enjoy what they've worked so hard for, but don't forget...
Craig, are you trying to tell me something? I know. Retirement's right around the corner.
Listen, a new season is time for regrowth and building on what you already have. You don't need to do it alone if you have Wealth Management Group at your side.
Spring into action and make Wealth Management Group your go-to partner. And listen to In the Know Sunday mornings at 10, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Eric Metaxas. Over the last year, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs, and many of you have begun completing your education through Liberty. For those of you who have not taken the step, a new year always offers new opportunities, so why not make 2017 the year you finally decide to finish your degree? Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. So maybe you've procrastinated. You may have even convinced yourself that you just don't have the time. Well, the only thing standing in the way of completing your college education now is you. So whatever your excuses or reasons, 2017 can be the year you make it happen, but you need to start now. So pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say the keywords Liberty University. That's pound 250 and say the keywords Liberty University. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University online. Dial pound 250 and say the keywords Liberty University.
Now, there's a show about the good life. Wine Time Radio. It's all about wine, great friends, social occasions, food, and just chilling. Certified sommeliers Rob Lehner and James Crooker invite you to relax, grab a glass, and taste along as you explore the wonderful world of wine. Rob and James bring knowledge and passion to the sometimes mysterious subject of wine. Tune in every Saturday at 5 p.m. for Wine Time Radio, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Let's get a check of the roads. Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. At Melrose Park, Lake Street is closed east of Manheim from 32nd Avenue and 33rd with crash. Eastbound Reagan Tollway, a little heavy approaching the Tri-State. There was a car fire in that area. The Tri-State slow from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Eden's 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 20. The Kennedy, 32 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 22. The Eisenhower, 36 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 30. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to the drive. The Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic is a service of LifeLock. Grabbing coffee or breakfast, if you swipe your card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to lifelock.com now. Use promo code RISK to save 10%. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny. Some spots will see temperatures break the record of 60 set back in 1880. Clear overnight, low 42. And a beautiful weekend starting with a 62-degree high tomorrow. 30 at O'Hare, 39 along the lakefront. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by 1 Hour, together with Mike Rowe, encouraging you to choose licensed technicians to service your home. Call 1 Hour today, 855-1-HOUR.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So that Trump press conference.
Wow.
He's got a British Jim Acosta now that he's using as a whipping boy. Everybody's focused on CNN and the exchange with Jim Acosta and CNN's reaction and all that.
And then there was a Jewish reporter who we'll get to later.
Yeah, we'll get to that, but
that was
that
a
was
little bit of a mess up.
That wasn't as much fun because Trump was unfair to that young man.
Because that young man was on his side, but whatever.
He
Translation.
heard anti-Semitism and he started rambling without listening to the
foaming at the mouth.
What he was actually saying, the reporter, but the BBC reporter. This was fun.
Can I just ask you, thank you very much, Mr. President.
Where are you from?
The BBC.
Okay. Here's another beauty.
It's a good line. Impartial, free and fair.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. President.
Just like CNN, right?
On the travel ban, we could banter back and forth.
Oh
my goodness. I want to hear
BBC
that again
is
and
the
again.
British CNN.
You're a real beaut.
Yeah, another beauty.
Hey, Tootsie, what do you got?
I love it. I mean, it really, that's those kind of, little quips, little shots are fun for me.
Well, it's just a new era in Washington. I guess we're just going to have to get used to this.
I guess so. Now, Trump did make an important point at the outset of his remarks about the media before he took to taking apart CNN and the BBC and other outlets, saying this.
The media is trying to attack our administration because they know we are following through on pledges that we made, and they're not happy about it for whatever reason.
I'll tell you what, to me, that was one of the simplest, most direct, most important statements he made in the 80 minutes. That's really the summary of it, isn't it? I mean, isn't that what ultimately all of this caterwauling is about? He's doing largely the things he said he would do and putting people in positions to implement those things. And the media doesn't like it because 90% of them vote for the Democrat nominee for president and have since 1960, the D.C. press corps at least. So, of course, they don't like it. And they're seeking to undermine it. And they don't like him personally because of his personal style. And that just makes their hatred that much more intense, their tone that much more denigrating.
Well, I was fine with him listing his successes and what he's accomplished, but then he went into airing his grievances, and I know some people enjoyed that. I was a little concerned, but it is what it is.
Well, for more on this, we're pleased to be joined by Matt Mackowiak. He is a Republican strategist, president of Potomac Strategy Group. Matt, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Good morning.
So, does Trump have it about right? Look, I'm doing the things or acting in furtherance of the things I said I would do, and the media doesn't like it, and that's why we have this very tense relationship.
Yeah, I think a lot of the disagreement there, the combativeness is ideological. There's no question that the National Press Corps is overwhelmingly liberal. But I also think that Trump really doesn't have much use for the national media. He has, his own platforms, 24 million people on Twitter following him, I think 50 or 75 million following him on Facebook. And he has really, not relied on the national media to get his message out. And so that was true as a candidate. It's I think, to some extent been true as president and may continue. He's going to use things like Facebook Live and Twitter and conservative media outlets to get his message out. That's something that also really frustrates the national media. They're not the gatekeepers anymore. You don't have to do an interview with the New York Times to get your side of the story out. And he's really kind of giving them a stiff arm. He did let them get some questions in yesterday, but he also really gave it to them. And we just don't see that. We don't see that in politics. And it was in some ways very refreshing to see him stand there and be confident and be willing to mix it up and defend himself and be tough and be confident.
So, yeah, we call that giving him the Heisman. But what did President during his press conference, did the president do anything to help push his agenda? And also, what are your sources saying on Capitol Hill about their interpretation of his press conference yesterday?
Well, look, I think it's fair to say the Trump administration was on its heels for a few days or for a week at least. And so, just to see him, as I said, get there and be confident, it was a positive thing. I think that does buck up Republicans a bit. But look, did he do himself any good? Did he benefit at all? I'm not sure. I mean, the substance that was there was fine. There were some areas that were, he had some mistakes and some things he was saying. I think at the end of the day, being president is about being persuasive, and it's about bipartisan legislative accomplishments. So he doesn't have any yet. He's only been there a month, and we have the State of the Union address on February 28th, just around the corner, 11 days from now. But he does need to figure out a way to move independents and Democrats in his direction, because keep in mind, he's got to get 60 votes in the United States Senate to pass legislation, and he only has 52 Republicans. And so the environment right now in Washington is not one where Democrats feel like they can unite with President Trump on different issues to pass legislation. So he's got to figure out how to get past this sort of nasty back and forth that's there and unify the country and bring the Democrats in his direction. I think he can do it, because there's some issues where they agree. They agree on some things on trade and infrastructure. Of course, he wants to repeal or replace Obamacare and pass tax reform. So there's opportunities to do some deals there using his skills as a negotiator, but he's going to have to sort of start being persuasive to people that don't like him very much.
Yeah, you're right on peeling off a couple of Democrats here and there may be possible, but a lot of it's going to have to be what it was for Obama the first 2 years, which is to ram through your agenda with your majorities. I mean, that's just kind of where it's going to be.
Yeah, and keep in mind, when Obama got elected, he had 60 votes in the U.S. Senate. He had 60 Democratic senators. It wasn't for 13 months when Scott Brown won the Ted Kennedy seat in Massachusetts that he lost the 60 vote threshold. But even then, he had 59. So Trump has 52. So you're right. It is a steep hill for him to get 60 votes in the Senate, and that is really all that matters in terms of being able to move legislation. Now, he does have a debt ceiling bill they can add some things to. He can use reconciliation, which requires 51 votes to repeal all or most of Obamacare. But outside of those two vehicles, he's going to need 60 votes, and he's going to need to bring Democrats along. And so that's why the State of the Union is so important. It offers him a chance to really recast his presidency, to unify the country, and to put some sort of meat on the bones on some of these policy issues. So if he can do that, he can really start focusing on moving his legislative agenda, and that's what matters most.
There's also some tools that are being underreported because everybody focuses on the running war of words between Trump and the media or whoever. But some good reporting, the Daily Signal and elsewhere, on Congress's use of the Congressional Review Act, which allows it to repeal executive branch regulations. And right now, congressional lawmakers are moving to address some 22,000 regulations adopted under President Obama and use the Congressional Review Act to repeal them, consistent with Trump's EO on regulation, repeal 2 for every new one and put a moratorium on new ones. So there is action going on below the fold, as it were.
No, that's exactly right. I mean, Congress is doing that right now, and there's a time limit on when they can use the Congressional Review Act. That's why they're very focused on that right now. What Trump's been doing is he's been issuing executive orders that are consistent with what he promised he'd do when he ran for president. He obviously named his cabinet, and the Democrats are really delaying every single cabinet officer, but he's getting his cabinet through. He did lose his labor secretary nominee, but he just nominated a new one yesterday with a very accomplished Hispanic person who worked at Florida International University in the state of Florida.
Right.
But they're going to turn to issues here with the State of the Union, and it's based on what he said yesterday. It's going to be tax reform and Obamacare, and in fact, it's going to be the other order. It's going to be Obamacare and tax reform in terms of his first two major legislative priorities.
Now, speaking of cabinet members, his second choice for National Security Advisor, Hardward, said no, he's not interested in the position. Does that mean maybe Donald Trump is inching closer to General Petraeus?
That's a great question. I mean, the reporting is that there were 3 finalists. One, Harward, this Vice Admiral, Navy SEAL that was very close to General Mattis, our Defense Secretary. He apparently was offered the position and declined it for family reasons. I think he also probably had a team he wanted to bring in, and he really probably couldn't do that. So I think that was part of it. Petraeus is one of the other finalists. Of course, the acting National Security Advisor is Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, who's the Chief of Staff of the National Security Agency. And so Petraeus and Kellogg both are highly respected. I do hope that Trump can get one of those 2 people to do the job. It sounds like they may be expanding the search, and obviously time is of the essence. I mean, you could have a national crisis at any moment. If you recall, when the Japanese Prime Minister was in Florida on Saturday, North Korea tested a ballistic missile. So you could call that at least a mini crisis. So you've got to have a national security advisor on board that has a good relationship with the president, that can brief him, that can manage the National Security Council for situations just like that. And so we'll see where they go from here. Petraeus would be outstanding. Kellogg would be outstanding. There's probably 1 or 2 other people who'd be outstanding as well.
And that's also why Trump mentioned Dan Coats and his confirmation being held up by the Senate as Director of National Intelligence. That's part of the National Security team as well. And the other utility of the press conference yesterday was Trump stood and delivered on Flynn, why he asked for his resignation, all of the Russia business, making fairly declarative statements about Russia that maybe there's evidence that will be uncovered that those things are untrue. But at least he set the bar, and he's basically quieted down those questions because he did respond to them.
Yeah, and clearly, I mean, his ox was being gored on those issues for several days, and they sustained some damage. And so at some point, you have to stand up and answer questions because the press corps is just not going to move on. Now, it's pretty clear to me that Democrats and the media really think this Russia thing is how they're going to try and, quote, impeach Trump. And so they're going to beat the drum on this every single day until they achieve their goal. But you're right, he did stand up there and answer. He said that he did not direct Flynn to call the Russian ambassador. But he also said he didn't think it was wrong. He didn't think it was a violation of the Logan Act, which we've never had a prosecution under the Logan Act. So he did step in and answer some of those questions. He thought a little bit on whether he was aware of anyone on the campaign having talked to anyone in Russia during the campaign. He said he didn't think so. He wasn't aware of it.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of wiggle room there. But you're right. He did stand up there and answer those questions, and that was helpful.
And Manafort and Page, 2 of the former campaign aides in question, have denied that story as well to CBS News. So you have people on the record, so we'll see. Matt Mackowiak, he is Republican strategist, president of Potomac Strategy Group. Matt, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Take care.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
I know you love The View, but later Whoopi Goldberg stood up for Tiffany Trump. It's spectacular. Today, plenty of sunshine. It's a spectacular forecast. Temperatures breaking the record of 60 degrees. We could have anywhere from 64 to 66 degrees today for a high. That record set back in 1880. And then the weekend looks great. Saturday, sunshine, a high of 62. And on Sunday, we'll break another record, 65 degrees. And for President's Day on Monday, still going to be warm. We're going to have a high of 64 degrees. Let's get into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. On the inbound Eisenhower past 25th, there's a crash in the left lane. It's 42 minutes Thorndale to downtown. Eden's 20 minutes Lake Cook to the junction. Kennedy, 33 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Stevenson, 47 minutes, 355 to the drive. Ryan is 24 minutes, 95th to the loop. Tollways are pretty light. Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
I'm Keith Peters in for Lou Dobbs. Congressional Republicans map plans for repealing Obamacare. Freddie Mac paying over $5 billion to the U.S. Treasury. Those stories next.
2017 is the year of Trump, and markets are rising to all-time highs. But economic uncertainty may be greater than after any election in our lifetime. And as retirement approaches, there's little time to recover losses. You need to hedge against uncertainty. That means transferring part of your retirement to physical gold and silver, stored where you can actually hold it in your hands and get it fast in any disaster. It's the perfect time to buy. Prices are low and expected to climb. Make Augusta Precious Metals your personal gold and silver provider. Augusta cares for your financial position and helps you make good decisions. And they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Get Augusta's free gold and silver IRA guide. What you learn could help you weather any economic storm. No obligation. Just call 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993. Trust Augusta. Protect your retirement today.
On Capitol Hill, House Republican leaders have huddled with new Health and Human Services Secretary Tom Price to map plans on how and when they will repeal Obamacare, a cornerstone of Donald Trump's successful campaign in 2016. Economic reports due out today include the index of leading economic indicators and an update on the red-hot e-commerce sector. The U.S. Treasury will be $4.5 billion richer soon after Freddie Mac pays it a dividend. The mortgage giant's profit more than doubled in the last quarter. A Washington state florist has lost a round in her legal battle with the state's Supreme Court, which says she violated anti-discrimination laws in refusing to provide flowers for a so-called same-sex marriage. Please join us for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. I'm Keith Peters for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, less than 1 month. That's all the time that's left for you to book your trip to join us, Dan and Amy and Joe Walsh, in Punta Cana this spring. So stop procrastinating and book that trip today. We'll be staying at the Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa in Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. Go online, see it for yourself. It's a brand new resort. The rooms are well appointed. The property is gorgeous, sparkling pools. It's on the beach. 24-hour room service for when you want to grab a cheeseburger at midnight after a long day of drinking at the pool, or whether you want to sit by the pool and enjoy a cold drink or smoke a cigar or hit the beach and enjoy a little volleyball. It's all there for you. Something for everyone. So get more information and book your trip this weekend by visiting 560theanswer.com, keyword passport. That's 560theanswer.com/passport. But hurry, time is running out to secure this exclusive price from our good friends at Apple Vacations.
A volatile stock market, out of control national debt, domestic and global events. Can your retirement survive? Listen to Grow My Retirement, Saturday afternoons at 2 with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth Management. Bill translates today's complex retirement issues into easy-to-understand steps to help you create a retirement income you can't outlive.
This is serious stuff.
Grow My Retirement, Saturday afternoons at 2, here on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, do you find yourself saying, if only I had more leads or if I only had more prospects to sell to? Well, if that sounds familiar, then let me tell you about Sales Prospecting Group. The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. They're a local Chicagoland company that has helped hundreds of companies nationwide to secure new businesses by getting them in the door. The Sales Prospecting Group will get you appointments with qualified prospects to help you grow your business. They don't use contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business accountant executives are highly trained, professional, and effective. Here's what you do. Call the Sales Prospecting Group right now at 630-701-9052. That's 630-701-9052.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
For 30 years, we've been making people happy with incredible deals and service.
We're the best Ford Lincoln dealers in town.
Because making people happy makes us happy.
No doubt. This is one happy place.
Heck, we just break into dance all the time.
We don't break into dance at the dealership.
Sure we do.
No, we really don't.
We could. Come on, Marty, dance with me.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Admit it.
Okay, you're a lovely dancer.
Thank you. This is Alan Marty. Deal with us.
Raj Shah, host of Secure Retirement Radio, Chicago's safe money specialist.
We are going to manage a portfolio to the extent where every single month you know and you feel confident that no matter what market it is, that you don't need to play the guessing game and time the market, because it's not timing the market, it's time in the market.
Tune in for Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah, Chicago's safe money specialist, Sunday mornings at 7 here on AM 560, The Answer.
Clouds and 39. A Gary teen went missing, charged in her mother's death. That story after Fox News, WIND, Chicago News Time, 7.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Who's next? President Trump's choice to replace Michael Flynn as National Security Advisor Robert Harward turns down the job.
He called us and said, guess what? You know, I get some support in the family, but others aren't that excited about it. And he then told us that it was something that his family couldn't go for.
That's White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus talking to Fox a short time ago. Democrats have done it again, staying up all night in the Senate, speaking out against another Trump nominee, Scott Pruitt, who's in line to head up the Environmental Protection Agency. Cory Booker says Pruitt has often battled the agency on behalf of polluters.
And he sued the EPA again and again and again and again and again.
But Republican Senator Mike Lee says Pruitt, who's Oklahoma's Attorney General, is right to take on the EPA for treating states'
lab rats to be tested upon for their own amusement and for the exertion of their own political power.
Pruitt is expected to be confirmed today. President Trump fired off a bunch of early tweets. One thanked supporters for all the nice statements on yesterday's press conference, adding, Rush Limbaugh said one of the greatest ever. Fake media, not happy. Of course, he's had plenty of criticism, too. And one thing he said is the appeal on hold on his blocked executive order halting travel from 7 mostly Muslim countries considered terror threats. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
Well, the Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeal says it will hold off on deciding whether a larger panel of judges should reconsider the president's travel ban. This came after President Trump's promise yesterday to take more steps in the coming days.
So we'll be going along the one path and hopefully winning that. At the same time, we will be issuing a new and very comprehensive order to protect our people.
The administration also wants that court to toss out last week's decision by that 3-judge panel, Dave.
Tanya, there is a day after a bombing in a shrine in Pakistan, killing 88 worshippers. ISIS terrorists have killed 17 soldiers in Afghanistan. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
39 degrees. We have partly cloudy skies this morning. It's 39 along the lakefront. It's 32 at O'Hare officially this morning at 7:02 on 80 AM 560. The Answer. Death toll from that car bomb attack in a southern Baghdad neighborhood, and police in Pakistan breaking up protesters after ISIS suicide bombers are our top stories this morning. More on those as the morning develops here on AM 560. The Answer. But for us here in Illinois, warm weather hitting the state for the entire weekend. Large portion of the state will be covered by 60s on Saturday and Sunday. 4 are dead, 3 more are hurt following a 3-vehicle crash. It happened in Des Plaines, where police tell us a Mercedes-Benz was speeding on Northwest Highway last night when it struck a Chevy Impala near Mount Prospect Road. The Impala was then thrown into a Toyota Highlander vehicle. 3 in the Chevy and 1 in the Mercedes were killed. Newly released surveillance video shows the man accused of killing an 11-year-old Chicago girl last weekend being attacked inside a Cook County courthouse. Officials say Antoine Jones was waiting his court appearance when Renard Williams began punching him. Jones refused medical treatment. The teen faces murder charges in the death of Takia Holmes. Chicago's violence remains a topic of conversation for President Donald Trump. During his news conference yesterday, the president said there are 2 Chicagos, one incredibly luxurious, the other worse than some places in the Middle East. State of Illinois employees will continue to receive a paycheck in spite of actions by the State Attorney General Lisa Madigan. St. Clair County Circuit Judge rejecting a request from the Democrat yesterday to halt state workers' pay until lawmakers resolve the ongoing budget crisis. A 15-year-old girl who went missing earlier this week in Gary, Indiana, now charged with her mother's murder. Chastanae Reeves is being held in custody in connection with the death of Jamie Garnett, whose body was found stabbed in her Gary home early on Monday. Jimmy Butler had 29. Not a bad night for Bobby Portis as well, 19 for him. And Butler's free throws ice a win for the Bulls over the Celtics, 104-103. The news service of Verizon. Unlimited gets the network it deserves. And so do you. Verizon. They're doing unlimited the Verizon way without compromising reliability on the largest, most advanced 4G LTE network in America. 7:04, we'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
Attention men, if you have tried or wanted to try Viagra or Cialis, or if you've ordered an over-the-counter product in the last few years, Noxitril is an option that is completely private, has received tremendous reviews, and can be at your door in just days. Pharmaceutical companies dislike us because we present a real option to their higher prices and insurance limitations. After years of research, Noxitril has been developed and formulated in U.S. FDA labs, packed with the highest quality potent ingredients. Noxitril is a true breakthrough in male potency. This remarkable all-natural pill is being called Viagra on steroids and is known as a sure winner. So what are you waiting for? Call now and ask how to get your free supply.
Call now and find out how to get a free bottle of Noxitril while supplies last. Call 1-800-993-0750. That's 800-993-0750. Free bottles for a limited time, so call now. 800-993-0750. 800-993-0750.
7:06. Let's get a check of the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Eisenhower, traffic is slow from St. Charles to the Tri-State, then jammed from Manheim to 25th, where a crash has 2 left lanes blocked. It's 45 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 32. Eden's 20 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound fine at 19. Inbound Kennedy, 33 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, 14 from Montrose, 11 on the Express. Outbound 25 minutes to O'Hare, it's slow Lawrence to Sayre. Inbound Stevenson, the delays are from past Harlem to Kedzie and before State to Lakeshore Drive. 45 minutes, 3:55 to the drive, outbound 35. Ryan is 24 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, all clear. Lakeshore Drive is good. Northbound Tri-State stop and go from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. The other tollways are fine. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A full day of sunshine today, high 64. Tonight, mainly clear, low 42. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and warm, high 62, and a mainly clear night, low 35. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
32 at O'Hare, 39 along the lakefront. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This administration is running like a fine-tuned machine, despite the fact that I can't get my cabinet approved.
He talked about Jim Acosta more than he talked about Alexander Acosta. He talked about Hillary Clinton more than he talked about Alexander Acosta. It was an airing of grievances. It was Festivus. It was complaints about the media.
I'm here because I'm an immigrant. My father is an immigrant. My grandfather was an immigrant. And we are here because we make this country great.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. My eyes are bothering me from Bunky.
Stop
My
it.
eyes,
No, maybe you shouldn't put hand sanitizer in your hands and then touch your eyes.
I like Bunky, but I'm going to have to put her to sleep.
Oh my God!
No,
you're
I'm
so
kidding.
rude.
I'm kidding.
Bunky loves you.
I like Bunky, and
scares me.
I'm not like a huge fan of the bulldog breed, but I do like Bunky.
She's an anomaly.
I wish
She's
you
very
wouldn't-
fit for a bulldog. She's in shape, and she's trained to be a service dog. Thank you.
Mm.
And it proved today when she ran to you and not to me.
That's exactly right.
And sat down like you were her master.
She
and I'm
knows-
wondering what's going on.
She knows when there's someone in need, someone hurting. All right, we have this story that is a microcosm to explain why Illinois is the worst governed state in the nation. We focus all this time on Donald Trump and what's going on at the national level, and it's certainly appropriate. There are a lot of issues that impact people's quality of life or national security. But I say again, it is local government and state government that has the most direct day-to-day impact on your life. For example, Donald Trump cannot save you from Cook County and the Collier counties and the state of Illinois destroying your home value, which is happening by way of Illinoisans paying the highest property taxes in the nation by a wide margin, even over those states that have no state income tax. It's incredible. Why is that? Could it be because we have more units of government than any state in the nation, 2,000 more than the state of Texas, which has 4 times Illinois' population? Could that be why? Certainly part of it. So let me tell you the story about Algonquin Township Highway Commissioner.
A highway commissioner? Algonquin Township?
Algonquin Township in McHenry County has 55 miles of township road.
All right.
Bob Miller is the
Bob Miller. Let's introduce you to Bob Miller.
Let's do it.
Hey, Bob.
He is the long-serving Algonquin Township Highway Commissioner.
Okay.
He makes $117,824 a year.
What?
Yeah.
$117,000 a year.
But wait, there's more.
He gets a free car with that.
Well,
and gas mileage and insurance.
That's $117,000 salary. We're not talking about the health care and the pension benefits.
Okay.
Bob Miller has always been a fan of nepotism, though. He's of the Richard J. He's a Republican.
Okay.
So this. I don't care, Republican, Democrat, but I'm just pointing it out because this conservative and defending Republicans knee jerk versus nope, not here. He's from Cary. He is the Richard J. Daley of Cary, as it turns out. If you can't help your son and friends and family members, who can you help? That's the model of Richard J. The Richard J. Daley model
Every
of governance.
time I go to O'Hare and sit on one of those toilets, because you know how they have the seat covers on the toilets. That was his cousin, Mayor Daley's cousin, got that contract.
Yeah, well, if you can't help your family, $117,000 a year is what Bob Miller makes as the highway commissioner. Now, he hired his wife to be the secretary.
Administrative assistant, please.
For the highway commissioner department, the highway department in Algonquin Township. You know why he hired her is...
they want more money for the family? She's really good. She can type 80 words a minute?
Because, I'm quoting Bob Miller, I didn't see any point in trying to reinvent the wheel. Okay. She makes $96,697 as the administrative assistant.
For the Algonquin Township Highway
Department?
Yeah.
Wait, there's more. His sons-in-law, Derek Lee and Andrew Rosencrans, also work for him.
Played for the Cubs, right?
They earn $91,000, different Derek Lee, and $92,000 respectively.
For what?
So,
what do they do?
So I just want to sum this up for you. You got about 55 miles of township road in Algonquin Township in McHenry County. You have $400,000 in salary in one family before you get to pension and health care benefits. He was asked about hiring family members, and Mr. Miller said he purposely hires this way because, quote, one can always count on family, unquote. This is a family who does want to spend more time with him because it's very lucrative to do so. Also,
I'm looking at a picture of Bob here.
In addition to that, you think that it's only Chicago Democrat crime families that hand down public office like heirlooms to their descendants? Algonquin Township has been doing that. Bob Miller's grandfather was the highway commissioner.
No.
And Bob Miller's father was the highway commissioner.
You don't say.
In fact, the Miller family has run the Algonquin Township Highway Department for the last 52 years.
So is this an elected position?
It is elected, and there's a primary coming up in February, at the end of February. A McHenry County board member named Andrew Gasser is challenging Bob Miller. So there's a choice for Algonquin Township residents in this race. Mr. Miller said, Bob, said of his nepotism, the state's attorney's office said it was okay, and the trustees said they didn't have a problem with it. That was 18 years ago. So if there's some sort of conflict, it's a little late to bring it up.
I think the people of Algonquin Township will decide whether it's too late to bring it up.
Well, let me say a couple things to that statement. Right, because something terrible has been going on for a long time, it should continue. That's an interesting philosophy, number one. Number two, I guess he is right to point out that this, for some reason, didn't bubble to the surface until now. And by the way, this was a story from a paper I co-founded, the McHenry Times, McHenryTimes.com. because apparently the local press wasn't properly informing the residents of just exactly how they were being fleeced by the Miller family.
Side hustle.
Oh, this is the main
This is
hustle.
the main hustle. Yeah.
That's
amazing. It reminds me of the Barrios family too.
It's a good comparison. Now, to its credit, the Algonquin Township Republican Central Committee approved a resolution that condemned nepotism by public officials, favoritism shown on the basis of family relationship. But that has not chastened Bob Miller at all. Here's the other thing that goes on now, and this is one of the reasons why rethinking government in Illinois is so difficult and why your home value is being destroyed by government, by predatory government in the state. That's what's happening. We've done the South Suburban Cook County, DuPage County, Lake County, the North Shore, and more are coming, and it's the same story. My property taxes keep going up, which you look at, the out-of-pocket for your property taxes. What you should be looking at, in addition to that, is how it destroys home value. And it does so that you can pay Bob Miller and his family $400,000, and then, by the way, 7-figure pensions on top of that. And by the way, free health care coverage on top of that. Have you had enough? Are we willing to revolt in Algonquin Township and elsewhere? Are we willing to make any stands? Because if you don't, then don't cry for me, Argentina. You're complicit in the fleecing of you. I mean, and I got to say, if people don't care about their home value being destroyed, then you got me. I don't know what to tell you. Then I'll dispatch my real estate agent to start looking in Chesterton, Indiana, or Charleston, South Carolina, or somewhere else like everybody else. Jeff in Sleepy Hollow, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. This is I used to work for Elk Grove Township Highway Department, and I'm going to tell you something that's even worse than what you're talking about. Elk Grove Township takes care of 3 miles of road just on the west side of O'Hare Airport, not too far from, right there where their salt yard is. Let's see, what is that? Arlington Heights Road and the tollway.
Yeah.
3 miles of road, okay? And you're talking about the salaries. The supervisor or one of the other people in the township organization are taking on in this primary. They're going to be they're double dipping. In other words, they're doing 2 jobs at once, and the salaries are the same. 3 miles of road. I mean, you can't get Des Plaines to take care of part, Elk Grove Village to take care of part, Mount Prospect to take care of part. You know what the responsibility is for the unincorporated areas. It's ridiculous. Check it out.
Thanks for the call, Jeff. I mean, this is it. Layers and layers of government. And here's where Republicans don't come to the table with clean hands. Because if you allow this to happen in Republican-controlled government like Algonquin Township, then you're saying, look, this is a kleptocracy. This is a banana republic. We want to participate. So in Republican communities where Republicans in control, we'll behave the same way as Chicago Democrat crime families. We'll distribute the spoils of war when we're in charge, and we'll just turn a blind eye to the Miller family, to use as an example, because there are guys. And so then this cycle just continues to repeat. It's our guys versus their guys versus our guys versus their guys, and then some of our guys become their guys. Because we're all adopting the same model of theft.
We have one person. Why, if he's getting in on it, why can't I have my piece of it? Just like the Blagojeviches. Michelle Obama's making 6 figures over at University of Chicago. Why can't we get in on that?
That's what happens in a kleptocracy. People say, I see. Go get elected to a township board, and then you can have your run of the place and distribute the spoils of power. And it feeds on itself. So people don't say, I'm outraged by this. So some people don't. They say, this is how it's done. So I just need to get in queue. I need to figure out how to game the system for the insider deal, the waiver, the patronage job, the inside play, like the Miller family has done so successfully over the last half a century in Algonquin Township. So, you kind of have to make a decision here. Worst governed state in the nation, lowest credit rating in the nation in any state in almost 3 decades. I mean, on and on and on. All the things that we've talked about. You want to understand why it is? People are going, how could this happen? How could this be? Why is it the way that it is? Well, this is a concrete, very easy to understand example. And this example repeats itself in Republican areas and Democrat areas throughout the entire state of Illinois. And you don't have, frankly, enough conservative reformers standing up and saying no. And you don't have enough erstwhile Republicans in local communities standing up and saying no. So here's your opportunity. Don't pretend you don't know anymore. Don't pretend you don't get it anymore. And for, the fraction of the Illinois population that listens to this show who are hyper-informed and hyper-engaged and good for you, spread the word. This isn't supposed to be a secret. Shelley in Downers Grove, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Hi, I was telling your screener about 17 years ago, my dad in Adams County ran for recorder of deeds, and his campaign promise was to save tax dollars by getting rid of the job, and he did. He streamlined it, and they no longer have to pay salary to a recorder of deeds.
Nice.
Small, but significant.
Well, it is. Thanks for the call, Shelley, and kudos to your dad out there in Quincy, or around Quincy. That's Adams County. We don't have enough examples like that where people are taking the lead, where it impacts their ability to distribute patronage or their ability to have a Republican office holder, let's say, for example. We need more leadership there that builds the consensus to do like your dad did. Tom in Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Northwest suburbs. It's amazing, some of the home prices around here. You can find homes that were listed 18 months ago for $1 million. You can buy them now for $500,000. No one will buy them because of the taxes. $30,000 taxes. My friend is looking for a bigger house. He's in Bartlett. $900,000 is the estimate to replace this house just in labor and materials, not counting the lot. Beautiful, beautiful home. $475 is the asking price now.
Yeah.
$30,000 taxes on it. My friend and his wife looked at that house and they said, you know what? The taxes are 80% of my wife's take-home pay. If anything ever happened to her, if her boss moved out of town or left the state, he says, I'd lose the house, so I can't buy it.
Yeah.
That's all over. $15,000 taxes.
All over.
On homes that are valued at $350,000. That's common around here now. And that's in a lot of different towns, northwest suburbs. It's in Streamwood. It's in Bartlett. It's in Schaumburg. It's all around here now. It's absolutely insane. And you can't do nothing about it because the judges and all the courts are ruled by the same people setting the taxes. What are you going to do?
Thanks for the call, Tom. I mean, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. There's examples after examples after examples. It's why people are fleeing, trying to get out from underneath. And so, again, for those that are going to stay, do you want to make a stand, or do you want to and salvage some value from your home, the largest investment most people make in their lives, or is it okay that it's just taken from you by the government to finance somebody else's pensions, to finance, frankly, promises politicians made on your home that they knew they could never pay for? So they were happy to seize your home to half fulfill their promises. Do you care? Or are you just going to say everybody's the same? Oh, well, I don't agree with the Republicans on pro-life, and so I'm going to vote to have my house taken from me. Is that what you're going to do? Suburban women who voted for Hillary Clinton and continue to vote for the same Chicago Democrat crime families that run this state?
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up, 40 seconds of gold. A leaning left liberal Hollywood type defends a Trump. But first, here is your forecast. Sunshine right now. It's a little nippy out there right now. It's about 35 degrees, going up to a high, though, of 64 to 66 degrees. We're shattering records around here for warmth. And over the weekend, it gets better. Saturday, a high of 62 degrees. And on Sunday, breaking another record, 65 degrees. Make your tea times. Dan already did. Let's get into the alarm detection system. Traffic Center, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Well, traffic is a little lighter than usual in most places. Perhaps Folks are getting an early start on what for many is a holiday weekend with President's Day coming up. The Edens is only 20 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose and outbound. Fine, 19. Kennedy, 33 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 28. The Eisenhower's heavy after a crash at 25th Avenue, which is cleared. 43 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 39. Stevenson, 52 minutes, 3:55 to the drive, outbound clear. Ryan, 25 minutes, 90 to the loop. Lakeshore Drive's delay-free. Tollways, the Tri-State's heavy northbound in pockets from the Stevenson to 31st, then from the Reagan Tollway to the Ike. Veterans Memorial, a little sluggish, Maple to the Reagan Tollway. The other tollways fine. Northwest Indiana looks good. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hey, less than 1 month. That's all the time left for you to book your trip to join us and Joe Walsh in Punta Cana this spring. So stop procrastinating and book the trip today. Let's get away. Let's have some fun. We'll be staying at the Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa in Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. A brand new resort, has all the bells and whistles. Take a look online. It's spectacular. And the price point that Apple Vacations has secured for us is reasonable and exclusive only to us. So do not wait. Get more information and book your trip by visiting 560theanswer.com, keyword passport. That's 560theanswer.com/passport. But hurry, time is running out. Slots are filling up quickly. Secure your trip to join us in Punta Cana this May.
Are you facing foreclosure, been foreclosed upon, in a bad modification, or just stuck in a bad mortgage? Well, we may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've been helping distressed homeowners like you for over 8 years now. We defend foreclosure actions. We bring claims against the banks and the servicers for wrongful foreclosure and other violations of mortgage servicing regulations. And we help people negotiate modifications of their existing mortgages, often including principal reductions. Give us a call. We provide free consultations. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest analysis, counsel, and advice regarding your options.
Hi, this is Rayanne from Lou Bridges & Associates. I am one of the loan modification processors here, and if you are in need of any additional information in regard to a loan modification, please contact the office.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
The baby is just so beautiful.
Mom, this baby is a toddler now. Sammy's into absolutely everything. We've been working on childproofing. That's why we called Budget Blinds to come put in motorized blinds and shades.
Those beautiful new window treatments are motorized?
Yeah, you just use this remote. See?
Oh, that is so great. But what does it have to do with baby-proofing?
No cords. Nothing for Sammy to grab hold of.
Wow, I never thought of that.
Yeah, it's more of a necessity than a luxury when you have kids.
My grandson is beautiful. My daughter is brilliant. And now I need Budget Blinds to come to my house right away.
Budget Blinds helps you childproof your home with the luxury of cordless motorized window coverings. And during the Luxury Within Reach event, the more you buy, the more you save, with savings up to $2,000. Hurry and call 855-BUDGET-BLINDS now before this offer ends, or go online to budgetblinds.com. Don't miss out. Call 855-BUDGET-BLINDS now. Offer good on select products at participating independently owned and operated franchises. Restrictions may apply. Ask for details.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this product works. I even recommended it to my mother, and she's been taking it, and she's 89 years old.
Makes me feel good. It really does. I could feel a change in my well-being, let's put it that way.
So far, it has helped my irritable bowel. So I'm just praying that it just keeps going, because you don't know, this was a dreadful thing. Dreadful.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Balance of Nature, you guys are awesome. God bless you.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rowe's the man.
I'm sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rowe's the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855-1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rowe's the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Check out the ammo event this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. All ammo will be on sale, including 9mm starting at $10.99. Save up to 30% on a great selection of brand name ammo this Friday through Monday. Point Blank Range and Gun Shop offers a state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, an extensive inventory of firearms, and a supportive, knowledgeable team. The ammo event is this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. Visit shootpointblank.com for details. Some restrictions may apply.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
We're back on the radio and getting bigger than ever.
We're the #1 Lincoln dealer in town.
And Chicagoland's first ever Ford Lincoln Superstore, too.
Folks like our great deals, for sure.
Just yesterday, I got attacked by the paparazzi.
Really?
But I think the groupies are the worst.
Groupies?
All the Highland Park groupies we have.
Sure. Right, Al.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Well, I have groupies.
A rich fantasy life is important.
This is Alan Marty. Deal with us.
AM 560. The Answer.
Deb Wolf. Whoa. Deb Wolf. Deb Wolf. Thank you for listening to AM 560 The Answer, Deb Wolf. Thanks for making Chicago's Morning Answer and AM 560 part of your day.
Yay, Deb Wolf. Just on that Bob Miller story, the Algonquin Township Highway Commissioner,
yes.
We did reach out for Bob Miller, tried to contact him 3 times to come on the show to answer questions. He declined.
Because he wanted to spend more time with his family.
Well, sure. Count their money. The Amish Texter has a good line for Andrew Gasser, who's running against Bob Miller in Algonquin Township. If you've got the time, we've got the graft. Miller graft. Miller grafts too. Very good, Amish Texter.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, the Steve Forbes will be joining us. And later, what game piece is dropped by Monopoly and why? But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
39 degrees, partly cloudy skies. Retired Vice Admiral Robert Harward is saying no thanks to an offer to be National Security Advisor. He cites family and financial reasons, but sources say the former Navy SEAL was also concerned about not being able to establish his own team within the National Security Council, replacing Michael Flynn. Southern California bracing for what could be the biggest storm of the winter, perhaps the strongest storm in half a dozen years. Areas stretching from San Diego to Santa Barbara could be soaked with 6 inches of rainfall this evening alone. The death toll from a car bomb attack in southern Baghdad is up to 59. Today's attack was carried out at an auto dealership. Meantime, police in Pakistan are firing tear gas and swinging batons at terrorist protesters, where an ISIS suicide bomber killed 80 worshipers at a Sufi shrine. This morning, the brother of Oklahoma City bomber Terry Nichols is dead. 62-year-old James Nichols, who was held for a month after that attack but never charged, died this week in Michigan after a long illness. More unseasonably warm weather hitting the state of Illinois this weekend. The National Weather Service says highs over a large chunk of the state will be in the 60s. 4 are dead, 3 more hurt, following a 3-vehicle crash overnight in Des Plaines. Newly released surveillance video shows the man accused of killing an 11-year-old Chicago girl last weekend being attacked inside a Cook County courthouse. And Illinois lawmakers are considering a bill that would require public universities in the state to admit freshmen with a GPA in the top 10% of their high school class. Jimmy Butler made 2 free throws with less than a second left, icing the Celtics 104-103. The news service of Hum by Verizon, kids borrowing the car. Now with Hum by Verizon, you can get notifications if they're driving too fast or going places they shouldn't. Find out how to make your car smarter, safer, and more connected with Hum by Verizon. Visit hum.com today. 7:33, we'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Come by Discount Tire this Friday and Saturday for incredible President's Day deals. Save up to $320 on select tire and wheel packages purchased with Discount Tire credit. Thank you, Discount Tire.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. If you owe the IRS or state back taxes and cannot afford to pay them back, there's good news. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in today's economy, the IRS has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Qualifying for this program will resolve your tax problem, end all collections, and possibly reduce your back taxes by up to 90%. If you are facing wage garnishments, liens, bank levies, audits, or payroll payroll taxes, it's not too late. Your circumstances may qualify you for this special program, protecting your savings and your assets. If you owe the IRS or state back taxes and cannot afford to pay them back, there's no need to worry anymore. Call the hotline at Victory Tax Solutions to see if you qualify and potentially save thousands. For this free information, call 800-222-1963. 800-222-1963. That's 800-222-1963.
Now's the time to refresh your home and save at Lumber Liquidators Spring Flooring Kickoff Sale. Our stores are packed with the latest spring trends like modern, waterproof wood look flooring. It's up to 34% off, or choose from more than 200 styles of pre-finished hardwood from $149. Get deals on over 55 varieties of bamboo from $159, more from 59 cents, and special financing. Hurry, the Spring Flooring Kickoff Sale's going on now. Visit lumberliquidators.com to find a store near you today.
If I only had more leads, if I only had more prospects to sell to. Sound familiar? The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. The Sales Prospecting Group is
Already
a local
now.
Chicagoland company that has helped hundreds of companies nationwide to secure new business by getting them in the door. The Sales Prospecting Group will get you appointments with qualified prospects to help you grow your business. They don't use contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business account executives are highly trained, professional, and effective. The Sales Prospecting Group will build a custom campaign specifically for your business. They know how to navigate complex corporate hierarchies to get to the right people and get you connected with them. The Sales Prospecting Group specializes exclusively on B2B sales. Call the Sales Prospecting Group now to learn how they could help your business grow in 2017. 630-701-9052. 630-701-9052. The Sales Prospecting Group. It's time to grow.
7:36. A check of the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. We're now seeing delays on Lakeshore Drive, southbound from Irving Park to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. It's fine northbound. The Edens is clear. Kennedy inbound. Delays start at Harlem. 40 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 24 from Montrose. 17 to the Express. Outbound 31 to the airport. The Eisenhower. 45 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound, it's just 33 minutes. Stevenson, 54 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. Outbound 5 to 34. Ryan is 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow from the Stevenson to 31st. And Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Veterans Memorial, 63rd to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic service of Staples. Are you trying to acquire new customers for your business? Staples Printed Marketing Services helps you promote your business with low prices on presentations, signs, pens, mugs, and more. Right now, you can get 15% off custom signs and banners. Ends 3/24. See an associate for details. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny today. Temperatures will be at or near the record of 60 today. Mainly clear and 42 overnight. Sunny and warm tomorrow. Great day for high school sectional swimming. A high of 62. Currently 39. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Airwaves. Check out the show that's all about making money in real estate every Sunday at noon on AM 560. The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So this week, some news on Obamacare. In addition to the Trump presser yesterday, Molina Healthcare, which was seen as an Obama success story for a bit, ain't anymore. Lost $110 million last year. They're pulling out of Obamacare, not offering plans next year. That's on top of Aetna and Humana. The Aetna CEO calling Obamacare a death spiral. And Trump yesterday, amid everything else that he talked about, mostly the media, did mention that Obamacare repeal would go first with tax reform to follow, and seemed to indicate that would all happen before the August congressional recess. Adam Kinzinger, who we had on yesterday, congressman from Central Illinois, said the same thing, that particularly on tax reform. And Steve Forbes, of course, great entrepreneurial capitalist and publisher of Forbes magazine. But he was on, I think it was CNBC last week, and he was putting it in no uncertain terms that there needs to be a sense of urgency to what the president and what the Congress does on tax reform.
Already now, they're backing off on health care. They're backing off on the tax thing. They don't get something done soon, they're going to be in big trouble economically and politically, especially in 2018. They could lose the House if they botch this thing on taxes.
But we are literally less than a month into the game here. And, even I was at, Joe's not here. It's hard. You can't declare it a failure already.
No, but you can see they're already bringing about unnecessary divisions on the tax side. I mean, we've been in this tax game for years.
Well, let's talk about some of those unnecessary divisions with the aforesaid Steve Forbes, chairman, editor-in-chief, Forbes Media, of course, former Republican presidential candidate, co-author of Reviving America. Steve, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Good to be with you, Dan. Thank you.
So the divisions, the unnecessary divisions on tax reform, I mean, aren't there, though, some substantive disagreements on things like the border adjustment tax and the elimination of certain deductions that need to be squared away before the thing can move?
Yeah, the big one is the so-called border adjustment tax, which is really a 20% sales tax on stuff we bring into the country. And the effect of that 20% sales tax will be, for example, a gallon of gasoline will go up 30 cents. Anything you buy at Walmart, Kmart, Target, and other stores are going to go up. It's going to take over $120 billion a year out of the hands of consumers, working families, middle-class families. And for Republicans to be proposing this new tax, they say, well, we need the money to cut other taxes. Well, the purpose of tax cuts is to cut taxes, not create new taxes. So why go through this complicated exercise that punishes consumers, gives huge subsidies to companies like Boeing? You know, Boeing is selling $16 billion of airplanes to the mullahs in Iran. Under this Republican proposal, that $16 billion would be free of tax. So they're punishing American consumers, asking American consumers to subsidize companies like Boeing. It makes no sense.
But so here's the thing, though. Now, Steve Moore, a good free market economist, and Art Laffer, they're on board. They're advocates for this border adjustment tax. So how do we get to agreement within Republican circles on what the tax reform plan is going to look like when there are real philosophical differences between free market types?
Well, the good news is that Art Laffer opposes this border adjustment tax. So Steve Moore is defending it solo. And the way you deal with it is you drop it. They don't know what impact this is going to have on various businesses and their supply chains around the world. We do know it's going to slam American consumers, and retailers will tell you that. Prices are going to go up if this 20% sales tax goes in. So just drop it and do a simple tax cut like Ronald Reagan did. We know what to do. Just go and do it instead of dividing your allies, delaying tax reform. And given all the stuff that's happening in Washington, they do need to get a big tax cut to get this economy really roaring ahead. So people see that things are positively changing.
And to lower healthcare prices, I mean, we need competition, and all these companies have pulled out. Is there any possibility that you could see in the future where we have transparency for prices, where you require hospitals and clinics to post their prices for all the treatments and the consumer can decide what to do?
That's exactly right. One of the problems is there isn't pricing, what they call pricing transparency. Give you one quick example. I was with a friend in New Hampshire a few months ago. He had a heart problem, so he goes to the cardiologist, and the cardiologist says, among other things, you should have what they call a nuclear stress test, blood flows or whatever. And so he asked what the test would cost. The doctor didn't know. He said insurance will cover it. But this guy went out and got the prices, hard work, from 25 different hospitals and clinics in the New England area. And the prices range from $1,400 to $7,300. I guarantee you, if those prices had to be posted, just like with hotels and airlines and everything else, you would see those pricing differences shrink, and it would save patients literally billions of dollars.
President Trump said yesterday in that wide-ranging consciousness streaming press conference he held that The sequencing is going to be healthcare reform, then tax reform. And he seemed to indicate that this was not in the this was in the offing. This would happen, of course, before the fall recess. Were you satisfied with how he addressed those issues?
Well, I think the difficulties, and he's now got Tom Price, this is new Secretary of Health and Human Services. I think is beginning to discover trying to get the changes they want in healthcare is going to be a hard slog. They're going to have to do it, I think, piece by piece, especially in things like pricing transparency and other needed reforms. And on the tax side, I hope they move. They don't focus on one to the exclusion of the other. Get the tax thing going. You can make positive changes like pricing transparency on health care, but they got to get the tax thing really moving. And don't put in a tax increase. Make it a pure tax cut, a bold one, and make it retroactive to January 1st so that people see right away in their next paycheck. By golly, good things are beginning to happen. Not only means you get to keep more of what you earn, but also means businesses and entrepreneurs can be making more investments, which bodes for a much better future.
We've also seen legislation advance in both chambers to wind down and defund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, to repeal Dodd-Frank in toto. How important is it to get that done before the year's out?
I think it's important to attack that agency, which is unconstitutional. And by the way, because they don't have to get their money from Congress, they get to have, in effect, the Federal Reserve gives them whatever money they want. It's the ultimate ATM. They just ask for billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars, and they get it, which is why hundreds of people now working for that agency get six-figure salaries, $100,000, $200,000, $250,000 a year. It's a shocker, and so, but that should take. They first should do taxes, then health care, and then terrible things like that so-called Consumer Protection Agency, which has just really become a rip-off of consumers and hurting banks, especially small community banks.
And what do you think should happen to Dodd-Frank when you're talking about small community banks?
I think they should throw most of it away. The thing about Dodd-Frank is it's enormously increased costs. Big banks can absorb those costs. Smaller banks have a harder time doing it. It's one reason why it's so difficult to get a loan. You get a mortgage, you have to go through, almost sign your life away in, 18,000 pieces of paper they keep demanding. And that slows the economy down. And the thing about Dodd-Frank, Amy, is if they had Dodd-Frank 10 years ago, before the crisis of 2008, we still would have had the crisis. It would not have prevented the crisis. That's the real joke about Dodd-Frank. Immense costs on lenders, especially small lenders, but it wouldn't have prevented the crisis.
And going back to Trump tax policy, look, the president is much more of a protectionist than you are, for example, or I am. And so if there's a demand from the president, from the White House, for tariffs or some border adjustment tax or something else that is in keeping with his vision of America first, how would you try and navigate those waters so that you get the personal and corporate income tax reductions, the structural tax relief on productive activity, and minimize the negative impacts of protectionist policy?
Well, on the border adjustment tax, that 20% sales tax, we have to hammer home that this is taxing the very people who put Donald Trump into the White House, that gave Republicans control of the government. It's working families, middle-class families, the hardest. So don't punish the people who help put you in and whose prosperity is going to be critical for getting this economy, future prosperity, getting this economy off the maps. And so that part, I think you can make the argument, don't punish the American consumer. We need to help the American consumer. And as for tariffs or taxes, I'm not in favor of putting taxes on anything, but if they put a tax on a specific product, we can absorb that. It's this across-the-board 20% sales tax that we really have to worry about that just sweeps everything in. And a specific tariff, you have to get through Congress. And you can have a debate about it, especially if a country is violating the trade rules like China. We have remedies in place to deal with it. And then you can do a specific tariff because they've been violating the rules. So that's very different from this 20% sales tax they want to put on your gasoline and everything you buy at Walmart.
Yeah, that's a good distinction. He is Steve Forbes, chairman and editor-in-chief of Forbes Media, former Republican presidential candidate, co-author of Reviving America. Steve, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate your insights.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Amy. Have a good one.
You too, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Tiffany Trump is being bullied, and Hollywood leftist liberal comes to her rescue. We'll tell you who coming up, but first, here's your forecast. Beautiful day, plenty of sunshine as you can see, and things are going to warm up around here. We're going to have a record high of 64 degrees, and then over the weekend, the party continues. Really, it's going to be just a beautiful weekend, mostly sunny skies both days, a high Saturday of 62, a high on Sunday of 61, and on Monday, President's Day, a high of 64, so you can golf all 4 days. Let's now jump into the alarm detection systems. Traffic Center, here's Jim Telemonte.
It is delay-free right now, but the Kennedy's getting heavier. With delays starting in Austin, it's 50 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 31 from Montrose, 23 in the Express, outbound 29 minutes downtown to O'Hare. The Eisenhower's 53 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, 35 from Manheim, outbound 43 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 59 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, stop and go Montrose to North Avenue, and slow 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound Tri-State heavy from Plainfield Road to 31st, and Roosevelt to the Eisenhower. Veterans Memorial stop and go, 75th to the Reagan Tollway. The other tollways are fine. Northwest Indiana looks good. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Last winter was pretty much a piece of cake, but this winter, we're told, is gonna be a doozy.
Well, the Farmer's Almanac forewarns that bitterly cold, if not downright frigid, numbing cold weather will be predominating over these parts this winter.
Not looking good, but you can be ready. Smart businesses rely on Air Comfort to keep them and their customers warm this expected frigid winter. Air Comfort is one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with dedicated factory-trained technicians that take a scientific approach to analyzing your system. They have comprehensive year-round preventative maintenance programs and emergency service, plus design, build, and install equipment for new construction and retrofits of existing mechanical systems. Now is a great time to call Air Comfort and schedule an analysis of your company's mechanical system by their certified award-winning engineering team. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
For me, it was the big S-Class from the 90s. Beautiful. My friend's dad had one.
The SL. All of the SLs. I've been watching those since I was a kid.
I think the 1971 SE was the first Mercedes that just blew me away.
Everyone remembers the first time they saw one, and the day they began to long for a Mercedes-Benz of their own. Well, that day may be a lot closer than you think. With a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you can experience the luxury, the unparalleled safety, the performance, and the style Mercedes-Benz is famous for at a price you can afford. Beautiful SUVs, sedans, coupes, and convertibles that are factory certified and covered by an unlimited mileage warranty for up to 3 years, so you can drive without a worry for as far as you like. And during the certified pre-owned sales event going on now through February 28th, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and special financing available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services, only at your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer. You've waited long enough. See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties.
Oh, that's spectacular. Hey, your company's IT partner should be more than just a place you call when you're having computer problems. Today, IT is beyond just hardware and software. IT is about relationships between technology and the people who work with it. And that's where our good friends at Turnkey IT make the difference. They're an IT company and the best people company you could ever imagine. They help people use IT better. People need help, from computers and servers to cloud-based systems. Cybersecurity is very important. Advanced phone systems. People also need help finding out what's out there and how to implement it exactly the way they need it, all with the support of an experienced team that resolves issues quickly. People remember the good experience they receive when working with Turnkey IT. Shouldn't your business receive the same white glove treatment? See what other AM 560 listeners already know about Turnkey IT. Local, reputable, compassionate, experienced. It's easy. Visit turnkey.pro today. That's Turnkey IT, just does IT better. Visit turnkey.pro right now. That's turnkey.pro.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, brought to you by upstream-ideas.com. Much attention is focused on the totalitarian re-education camps that college campuses have become, but it's in K-12 where the indoctrination has generally begun. A case study is New Trier High School, a top public high school in Illinois that enjoys a national reputation because of its many famous graduates. Black students account for less than 1% of New Trier's student body. To make up for its diversity deficit, the high school's $420,000 a year superintendent instituted a mandatory racial rights seminar day during Black History Month. A review of the seminar's offerings reveals the Black Lives Matter directed sessions to be among the more measured, amid those that characterize the Chicago police as perpetrators of urban genocide and Colin Kaepernick's bended knee as something that should be immortalized in bronze. A parents group objected to the one-sidedness of the program, suggesting conservative black speakers to broaden the perspectives for consideration by students. That notion was summarily rejected. Just as Bob's Country Bunker and the Blues Brothers featured both kinds of music, country and western, so one of the country's best high schools features both kinds of public K-12 education, virtue signaling, and bigot baiting.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I've seen it in my lab. I've seen the immune response increase. I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection, and I know that it works.
Balance of Nature is providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
If you think all banks are the same, it's time to think about Signature Bank Chicago. I'm Pete Olson, head of commercial banking at Signature Bank, where the people who own the bank operate the bank. Not in an abstract way, but in the same hands-on, personalized way that you run your business. We don't rely on a legion of business developers to find new relationships. We don't trust an outsourced phone bank to address your customer service needs, and we don't delegate decision-making to some anonymous credit committee that you'll never meet. We do everything we can to help you succeed, because if you don't succeed, we don't succeed. Call us today to see the Signature Bank difference.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You're the one that gets it done. The person your friends call to see if you can fix it. Brakes? No biggie. Shocks and struts? Simple and straightforward. The catalytic converter heat shield? Come on. If it has wheels, you can make it go. But not having the right part can bring your project to a screeching halt. Problem solved with MyPartsGarage.com. My Parts Garage is not a big box store that needs to wait to get a part in. My Parts Garage is the warehouse that sells wholesale to you. They own the inventory, so your part is always in stock. But wait, there's more. Like free shipping within 24 hours, in-state next-day delivery, or pick it up today at the warehouse. Plus, the customer service is seriously awesome. So the last thing you need to do is drive fast and furiously to find auto parts. With the average driver in Chicago commuting at least 24 miles per day, people are spending more hours in their car than they do at home. Drivers need you, the mechanic. You need MyPartsGarage.com. Lowest prices guaranteed.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Melania, get Governor Christie the meatloaf. Melania, the meatloaf, now! At 8:08.
best story ever. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Gary Teen, who went missing, charged in her mother's death. We'll have details on that developing story. Former Lake County coroner turns himself in following an indictment. Bulls beat the Celtics heading into the All-Star break in a sunny, record-breaking temperature type day. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Thanks, but no thanks. President Trump's choice for National Security Advisor declines the offer days after Michael Flynn resigned. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
Retired Vice Admiral Robert Harward rejected President Trump's offer to be the new National Security Advisor, with some reports saying that Harward demanded his own team. But White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus on Fox and Friends denies that was the reason.
The conversations were happening based on a contingency that his family would sign off on him going further, and the family didn't sign off.
Within the past hour, President Trump took to Twitter to write that acting National Security Advisor Keith Kellogg is being considered for the job on a permanent basis, and that 3 others are also in play. Dave?
John, Democrats have been talking all night on the Senate floor, attacking Scott Pruitt as a bad choice to head the Environmental Protection Agency. Some call him a climate change denier. Al Franken says he
has a history of putting polluters' interests above the public's and above the economy as a whole.
Pruitt's the Oklahoma Attorney General. Republicans are expected to confirm him today. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says Pruitt strikes the right balance
between protecting the environment and our economy.
Fox News has just learned former Illinois Congressman Bob Michel has died. In his tenure, he was the longest-serving Republican leader in the House for 14 years. Michel was 93. ISIS has been busy causing death and destruction, attacking Afghan army posts today, killing 17 soldiers the day after carrying out a bombing in Iraq that killed 59. ISIS also bombed a shrine in Pakistan, murdering 88 worshippers yesterday, leading to a series of anti-terror raids in Pakistan today. And
Pakistan has reportedly launched an artillery assault on the eastern Afghanistan's Nangarhar province, where an ISIS group is based. Pakistan's military says it has handed over to Kabul a list of 76 suspected terrorists hiding in Afghanistan.
Fox's Jessica Gallagher, Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
40 degrees, clouds, and sunshine at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. There's some breaking business news. We're following U.S. food giant Kraft Heinz, partially based here in the Chicago area, confirming it's made an offer to buy Europe's Unilever today, and it's been rejected. The company said that talks are ongoing with the Dutch company, but no deal can be assured. Shares of both companies are up sharply before the opening bell. More unseasonable warm weather is striking the state of Illinois, and it will bring a smile to your face as we hit highs near 60 today, and more weather like that on Saturday and Sunday. 4 are dead and 3 more hurt following a 3-vehicle crash in suburban Des Plaines. Police overnight say a Mercedes-Benz speeding down Northwest Highway may have been the cause when it slammed into a Chevy Impala near Prospect Road. The Impala was then struck by a Toyota Highlander SUV, 3 in the Chevrolet and 1 in the Mercedes killed. A 15-year-old girl who went missing earlier this week in Gary, Indiana, is now charged with her mother's death. Prosecutors say Chastanae Reeves is being held in custody, connected with the death of Jamie Garnett, whose body was found stabbed in her Gary home early on Monday. Jimmy Butler, 2 free throws with just under a second left, helped the Bulls to a 104-103 win over the Celtics ahead of the All-Star break. Position players for the Cubs and White Sox must report to their respective spring training facilities in Arizona today. The news service of Staples, filing your own taxes this year. Staples helps you be accountable with everything you need for tax season for less. Storage boxes, filing supplies, software like QuickBooks and TurboTax, and right now, get up to $15 off when you buy TurboTax in-store only. Ends 4/1/17. Staples, make more happen. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Ginny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Kraft Heinz says it made an offer to merge with Unilever, but the proposal was rejected. Unilever makes many consumer brands, including Dove soap, Hellmann's mayonnaise, and Lipton tea. In addition to ketchup and mac and cheese, Kraft Heinz makes Oscar Mayer, Jell-O, and Velveeta, and many other brands.
Kraft Heinz says while Unilever has declined the proposal, we look forward to working to reach an agreement. Construction and agricultural equipment company Deere & Company is reporting weaker sales, but not the slump that Wall Street was expecting. Deere sees business improving this year. J.M. Smucker is predicting this will be a disappointing year, though. The maker of jams, fruit spreads, peanut butter, and Uncrustables says sales in its recent quarter were weaker and disappointing. It's now predicting sales this year will decline 5% from last year. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
Attention men, if you have tried or wanted to try Viagra or Cialis, or if you've ordered an over-the-counter product in the last few years, Noxitril is an option that is completely private, has received tremendous reviews, and can be at your door in just days. Pharmaceutical companies dislike us because we present a real option to their higher prices and insurance limitations. After years of research, Noxitril has been developed and formulated in U.S. FDA labs, packed with the highest quality potent ingredients. Noxitril is a true breakthrough in male potency. This remarkable all-natural pill is being called Viagra on steroids and is known as a sure winner. So what are you waiting for? Call now and ask how to get your free supply.
Call now and find out how to get a free bottle of Noxitril while supplies last. Call 1-800-993-0750. That's 800-993-0750. Free bottles for a limited time, so call now. 800-993-0750. 800-993-0750.
8:06. A check of the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Kennedy at Montrose, there's a crash on the right shoulder. The delays are from Austin, actually, to Montrose. And then the delays continue most of the way into the Hubbard Tunnel. It's 40 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 27 from Montrose, 21 on the Express. The Ohio feeder's backed up. Outbound, slow Montrose to Sayre, 30 minutes downtown to the airport. The Edens is delay-free. Inbound Eisenhower, delays start at North Avenue. 54 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. 37 from Manheim, outbound 43 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35 minutes. Orion is 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, slow Irving Park to North Avenue and 18th to Stevenson. Tri-State northbound, heavy Plainfield Road to 31st. That's from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Veterans Memorial, stop and go 63rd at the Reagan Tollway. Other tollways are good. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here is the latest with our meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A sunny day today with a high 64, then a mainly clear night low 42. Mostly sunny tomorrow with a high 62 and a mainly clear night low 35. Mostly sunny again Sunday with a high 61 and a partly cloudy night low 44. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
34 at O'Hare, 37 along the lakefront. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This administration is running like a fine-tuned machine, despite the fact that I can't get my cabinet approved.
He talked about Jim Acosta more than he talked about Alexander Acosta. He talked about Hillary Clinton more than he talked about Alexander Acosta. It was an airing of grievances. It was Festivus. It was complaints about the media.
I'm here because I'm an immigrant. My father is an immigrant. My grandfather was an immigrant. And we are here because we make this country great.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
What is up, Dan and Amy? So the Trump press conference yesterday, so much. We've got to simplify this somehow. Your favorite moment, your least favorite moment. I mean, the Washington Examiner has 13 highlights from Trump's wild press conference. That's how much ground was covered, even though the focus was clearly media. We'll take your calls, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. But before we get to that, we have to get to this. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, big boy.
How's that laparoscopic surgery going? That waistline still seems a little big, if you know what I mean.
He's still work in progress, apparently. So Trump had dinner the other night with Marco Rubio, little Marco and his wife.
And his little hands.
Yeah.
With these little feet.
And he also had dinner at the White House with Governor Christie and his wife, Mary Pat.
Did you eat everything on the table?
I'm hungry. Everybody got to order their own meal. Amy, go ahead. Use your words. It's okay, Amy. It's okay. You just use your words. You don't have to bark.
I'm hungry like a dog.
You don't have to whimper. But Chris Christie not allowed to order his own meal.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf? Hey, Ma! The meatloaf! We want it now! The meatloaf!
Christie told a New York sports radio talk show that that's what it's like to be with Trump. He says, there's the menu. You guys order whatever you want. And then he says, hey, Chris, you and I are going to have the meatloaf. You're going to try that meatloaf. You're going to eat that meatloaf.
But I don't want meatloaf. but I'm a vegetarian.
You're going to eat what I give you to eat, Christie. You're lucky you're still here.
I mean,
on the wrong side of the bars, Bridgegate boy.
And you can't really tell Trump no, because how would that conversation go? Excuse me?
You're missing.
Men are eating meat, and you're joining me in the meatloaf. He'll have the meatloaf. Yes, it's gonna be the greatest meatloaf. I love it.
Yeah, but you're missing an important point. You think Chris Christie's going to turn down meatloaf?
He needs his money back from that surgery. Woo!
All right, on to the press conference. Chris Christie not a part of that, not standing behind him dutifully like at Mar-a-Lago.
He would.
But Trump covered a lot of ground. I think frankly, a lot of the ground that was covered, focused on media coverage, was summed up in his opening statement in 10 seconds.
The media is trying to attack our administration because they know we are following through on pledges that we made, and they're not happy about it. For whatever reason.
I mean, it went on for another 80 minutes, but with the histrionics about CNN, between him and Jim Acosta from CNN and the BBC and all the Russia questions, the bottom line is right there in that 10-second bite. We're doing what we said we would do. We're acting in furtherance of that, as am I specifically. And the media doesn't like it because 90% of them vote for Hillary Clinton. Probably more. 90% of them vote for the Democrat nominee for president since 1960. Probably even more this past cycle for Hillary Clinton. And so you don't like it. Isn't that the big takeaway?
Yeah, but also, I mean, he seems still a little bit insecure, still trying to accept the fact that Hillary Clinton received more of the popular vote.
I inherited a mess. It's a mess. The tone is such hatred. I'm really not a bad person, by the way. No, but the tone is such, I do get good ratings, you have to admit that. The tone is such hatred.
So was that your least favorite moment in the press conference?
That and then the way he treated reporters, although sometimes it was comical. I mean, with the BBC reporter, but yeah, that was that and when he's talking about Mosul.
So were you also upset when President Obama said the same thing about W? I inherited a mess. W drove the economy into a ditch. I mean, he was saying that as he was packing up his stuff to leave the White House just a few weeks ago. That was the posture of Democrats for the entirety of Obama's 2 terms. So when Trump says he inherited a mess, it's bad. When Obama said it's okay.
No, I was talking about the part where I'm a good person. The whole, like, you need to like me. I'm a good person.
No, I see.
That is that insecurity aspect of him I do not like. I mean, and of course, he pushed decorum aside, which is, we're just going to have to get used to this. This is our new reality.
Well, here's a clip that you won't hear from CNN and you won't hear from most outlets. But this is, since the thrust of the 80 minutes was about media coverage, and CNN took the brunt of the criticism. Here's something else Trump said amid all of the talk about fake news and media.
And I hope we can correct it, because there's nobody I have more respect for, well, maybe a little bit, but than reporters, than good reporters. It's very important to me, and especially in this position. It's very important. I don't mind bad stories. I can handle a bad story better than anybody, as long as it's true. And, over a course of time, I'll make mistakes and you'll write badly, and I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay when it is fake. I mean, I watch CNN, it's so much anger.
And he is right, because remember Jim Sciutto, he's the one who talked about the Russian dossier, saying that Trump was with prostitutes in Moscow and that they were having
CNN reported on a BuzzFeed document dump that was unverified allegations against Donald Trump. It was non-journalism. It was
fake news.
It was fake
That was
news.
the worst case of fake news, I think, ever against Donald Trump so far.
And CNN tried to distance themselves, say, we're just reporting on their report without disclosing their report. We talked to Bernie Judge in our most recent Against the Current interview on upstream-ideas.com, who's a veteran journalist, 50 years in Chicago. It's the same breach of journalistic ethics, what CNN did versus what BuzzFeed did. You've got a CNN reporter who's on CNN Espanol. She has a popular show. In an awards ceremony, she compared Trump to Hitler twice, put her two fingers between her upper lip and her nose to do the little Hitler mustache. So maybe that's why, between the dossier story and having popular Latina hosts on CNN Espanol compare him to Hitler, maybe that's why he's a little bit testy about CNN. Maybe he's got some legitimate criticisms about the coverage and the tone of it. And it's important to point out, if we're going to stick on this media topic, that all of the hand-wringing about very delicate media types like Chuck Todd, Meet the Press host, saying Trump's criticism is un-American. What is un-American about criticizing the press? If it'd be different if saying we're going to shut down outlets. I'm going to use the power of the state to censor people. He has said, nor has he done anything of the sort. So he can't express his view on the media. He's not undermining the credibility of the press. Maybe he's exacerbating a bit. They are. And that was another point he made, I thought, fairly effectively in the whole exchange with CNN.
Look, I want to see an honest press. I mean, I started off today by saying that it's so important to the public to get an honest press. The public doesn't believe you people anymore.
Bingo. Ralph and Rantoul, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. I think the objection that he doesn't respect reporters, are you kidding me? This is the first press conference I think I've seen in my lifetime where the president stood up there and used the full power of the bully pulpit. He treated them like a bunch of interns. And what I mean is not by disrespecting them, but by schooling them. And look, you want to be treated seriously? Fake news is more than just like this CNN example of taking something that was just wholly unsupported, just something made up. Fake news is also the point where I think he's making where their constant bias that's inserted. They're not reporting anymore. It's not even infotainment. It's really just an outlet for their emotional screeds because of they just hate the guy. I loved watching him or listening to him yesterday. I didn't watch it. I thought, oh my gosh, this guy, the full force, the power, he's taken it at him, and he's not intimidated by these people. I do not think that he is taking down journalism. My goodness, they're already down there. They need somebody to school them on how they should act, and maybe one or two of them will start behaving like real journalists.
Well, thanks for the call, Ralph. And, the other thing with what Trump said, by the way, the reaction from Democrats is to say he's crazy. More Democrats questioning his
unhinged,
mental health.
Dangerously unstable, I heard. He did little to push his agenda. He was just pushing his self-interest.
But by the same token, and I'm not a particular fan of the way Trump communicates, his imprecision and his hyperbole and his
he speaks in non sequiturs.
Streams. Yes, right. So I'm not necessarily a fan of that. But I will say, to his credit, and this is undeniable, this idea that it was just an airing of grievances, no. He stood and delivered on the decision to relieve Mike Flynn of his duty as National Security Advisor. He stood and delivered on questions about Russia, all the kind of insinuating questions about Russia, as well as with respect to him, as well as with respect to former campaign ads. He he introduced his new nominee for labor secretary. He talked about Obamacare and tax reform and the sequencing of healthcare reform and tax reform. There were a lot of topics covered, and he stood up there for an hour and took them. The only time I thought he was unfair to a reporter was the Jewish reporter who asked him about the incidences of anti-Semitism on the rise, and Trump just didn't let him kind of finish his thought. He kind of jumped in, and I think he thought he was being accused of being anti-Semitic, even though the journalist said just the opposite. But that
want to hear it? I mean, his name
was one reporter who was treated unfairly.
Yeah, his name is Jake Turn. He's actually coming to Trump's defense this morning, saying, I know it was a mistake. I know that he didn't really hear the question.
There's been a report out that 48 bomb threats have been made against Jewish centers all across the country in the last couple of weeks. There are people who are committing anti-Semitic acts or threatening to.
You see, he said he was going to ask a very simple, easy question. And it's not. It's an important. It's not a simple question, not a fair question. Okay, sit down. I understand the risk.
Yeah, so
he told him to be quiet and sit down.
Right, and he was setting up the incidents of hate crimes against Jewish people, and so the incidents of anti-Semitism, which is an underreported story, much higher incidents of hate crimes committed against people that are Jewish in this country, according to FBI crime stats, than people who are Muslim, and compare the time we spent on talking about Islamophobia as compared to anti-Semitism. I think that's the point that reporter was getting to, and it's a legitimate one, and Trump just kind of derailed it. So that he jumped the gun a little bit on that, but otherwise, he even with Jim Acosta on CNN, he had kind of some fun exchanges back and forth.
I think they're getting along finally.
And
I have hope for these two.
I think it's something where he doesn't take this stuff so personal. It's part of the game, if you will. And the same thing happened with CNN England, which is the BBC now.
Can I just ask you, thank you very much, Mr. President.
Where are you from?
BBC.
Okay. Here's another beauty.
It's a good line. Impartial, free and fair.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. President.
Just like CNN, right?
On the travel ban, we could banter back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. The give and take is fine. What is this sense that you need to genuflect before the punditocracy or before the Fourth Estate? You don't. You treat people with varying degrees of respect depending on what they deserve, frankly.
You're a real beaut.
Yeah, another beauty. Another beaut.
Hey, we got a beaut on the line. Yeah.
This was epic. That press conference was epic. Fred in Wonder Lake, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I agree with everything you guys are saying. The press conference was amazing. I would recommend everybody watch it if they're interested, instead of just getting the sound bites, because it really was good. As far as like the best part, it's kind of hard to say. I mean, I think you were right about maybe the worst part, but I think Trump just had them all wrapped around his fingers, and the way he ended it was amazing, with the suggestion that the reporter get that meeting together, and then he went right into this, where he said we're a very divided nation, and he was, saying how it was his goal to bring it together, and then it was just kind of like a mic drop, and then he walked off the stage.
Thanks for the call, Fred. This next caller, John from Mundelein, he writes complaining about not being. He's a left-wing crank. He writes complaining about us not taking his calls.
Right,
so John from Mundelein, you're on.
Thank you, Dan.
Oh, now you're gone. Will and Skokie, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I wanted to hear from John.
No.
The thing that's been happening is that for so long, during Obama's 8 years, let's just say, we've been used to this. This is how press conferences are done, and this is the stuff that you do, and you don't really say much, and you be charismatic, and you don't have any substance. And now there's substance. And now Trump, he's doing a lot like Reagan did. He's going over the heads of the reporters and talking directly to the American people. And your average Joe on the street understands what he says. Your average Joe on the street sits there and says, you're a reporter. What the hell are you doing, talking like that to the president? And he just speaks the language. He has this. There's constantly this anti-Semitism thing against Trump, and they had Zacharias the other day on CNN. He goes, "Well, he didn't address. He totally dodged this anti-Semitic." He said again and again and again that he's not anti-Semitic.
Well, I mean, the point on that topic yesterday, Bibi Netanyahu standing up there saying Israel has no better friend than Donald Trump. I think that's the definitive statement on the topic.
Yeah, it's just they will not let go of their narrative. The press has a narrative. They have to stick with the narrative. Anything doesn't. The old saying, if a tree falls in the woods but MSNBC didn't cover it, did it actually happen?
Thanks for the call, Will. Appreciate it. The other interesting question, too, I mean, I know I hung up on John from Mundelein because he's a left-wing crank, just an agitprop. But within your circles of influence, do you think, because this is part of the discussion, get outside of our bubble, too, do you think there are people that are moved, at least on some topics, based on Trump's performance yesterday or what Trump is doing on public policy? That's part of the consideration as well. And I'm not just talking about members of Congress.
Right, but also, too, I want to know what he's doing about violence in Chicago. He keeps saying that, he pointed out yesterday there's two Chicagos, the nice part of Chicago, the bad part of Chicago. Which part of Chicago do you want?
I mean, you look at the numbers in Chicago. There are two Chicagos, as you know. There's one Chicago that's incredible, luxurious, and all, and safe. There's another Chicago that's worse than almost any of the places in the Middle East that we talk about and that you talk about every night on the newscasts. So we're going to do a lot of work on the inner cities. I have great people lined up to help with the inner cities.
Okay, well, I want to see those great people because in the last 48 hours, Dan, 11 killed and 11 wounded. 11 killed, being a 2-year-old, an 11-year-old, and a 12-year-old girl.
By the way,
sick.
It's worth pointing out for those who want to attack Trump for raising the specter of Chicago and saying he has great people lined up. Patrolling Chicago, providing for the physical security of Chicago residents at the local level is not the President of the United States' job.
No, it's Emmanuel's.
And he's taking an interest in it because you've had the civilian political leadership of this state fail in the city, fail miserably. So, the tiny dancer and all of these other hacks, Democrat hacks who've been in charge of Chicago for 100 years, and they're completely empowered to demagogue Trump and criticize Trump and rebuff Trump, except for the money that they want for themselves. Maybe holster some of that moral indignation directed to D.C. and take a look at what's happening in your backyard where you are actually in a position of responsibility. Is that a fair statement? Chicago residents should be happy that Trump is actually talking about Chicago and thinking about Chicago and wanting to help. Sean in Elmwood Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I have to tell you, I'm starting to understand Trump. But first off, it is so nauseating to hear the comparisons between Reagan and Trump. He is nothing, not even close to anything like him on any issue. And watching him and the press go back and forth, I was a waiter. Did anybody spend time as a waiter? It's like watching two spoiled brats argue with parents that don't know how to tell either one of them, shut up and do what I tell you to do. See, that's the problem with it. And when
is that how you performed as a waiter? Is that how you served customers as a waiter?
You didn't want to send your food back when I was the waiter.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was like, and to hear him talk to people, do you not understand? He's never had a friend, ever. He's never had anyone he talked to who wasn't being paid by him. Ever. All the time in school, everybody wanted to hang around with him because his daddy bought him the Ferrari. This is who this guy is. He's the tough guy who's never been in a fight, always pushing people around with bodyguards in the thing and chauffeurs. He's a buffoon.
Okay, Sean. I don't even know what you're talking about, number one. Number two, just the premise I find jarring. The idea that Sean from Elmwood Park is going to tell people how they should talk to other people. I need to take a break and think about that.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I know I need to earn my MBA if I want to move up. I'm looking for an MBA that offers unique concentrations, I want an online MBA that's top-ranked, established. I care about the school's reputation because I know my future employers will too.
Thinking about earning your MBA? At Northeastern's DeMoore McKim School of Business, we offer a 100% online MBA with 8 concentrations that can help set you apart in today's competitive workforce.
To speak to an enrollment advisor, text ACCEPT to 37913.
A hearty breakfast that gets you out of bed in the morning and the road that lets you safely get to work have one thing in common: salt. Not only does salt make your food taste better, it makes icy roads safer. Using salt to de-ice the roads can reduce car crashes by 88% and injuries by 85%. Icy roads end where salt begins. Everything's better with a little salt. Find out why at alittlesalt.org.
Running a business is challenging, especially here in Illinois. Mountains of regulations, taxes, fees, and more may be coming. Business owners who manage to survive and thrive deserve to be recognized, and that's exactly what we here at AM 560 are doing. This spring, we're hitting the road on the AM 560 Business Tour presented by Signature Bank. It's a way for us to celebrate local businesses who are overcoming the odds and succeeding in spite of the challenges they face. Think of it as making businesses great again. We want to give back to the business community by broadcasting this show live from locations throughout Chicagoland. Does your business have a great success story? If so, we want to hear about it. Go to 560theanswer.com/business. Fill out the brief form to tell us about how you and your business are beating the odds to serve your clients and your community. We're selecting several more businesses as stops on our AM 560 Business Tour. We've already been to Service Master and Downers Grove and Sproveri's Custom Counters in Addison. And we're going to broadcast from more locations, like perhaps your location, to share your success with our audience. Go to 560theanswer.com/business to tell us your story. 560theanswer.com/business. And we may be stopping at your location this spring on our AM 560 Business Tour, sponsored by Signature Bank.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll continue our talk about all things Trump with Ed Morrissey from Hot Air at 8:38.
And later, how a liberal helped Tiffany Trump. It's fantastic. But first, into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
40 degrees, clouds and sunshine, headed for a high near 60 later today. U.S. food giant Kraft Heinz confirming it made an offer to buy Europe's Unilever. It's been rejected right now. The company saying early this morning that talks are ongoing with the Dutch company, but no deal can be assured. Right now, shares of both companies are up sharply at the opening bell on Wall Street. Former aide says former House Republican leader Bob Michel of Peoria has died at the age of 93. The affable Illinois congressman who served as a car mate with former longtime Democratic Party leader and Congressman Dan Rostenkowski served as leader of the GOP House minority for 14 years. His skill at seeking compromise with Democrats was critical in helping the early Reagan policy agenda, and also was a backer of President George H.W. Bush during their presidential terms. Michael served 19 terms in the minority, retired one election too soon to be part of the Republican House majority that swept to power in 1994. The new president heads to North Charleston, South Carolina today to visit a plant where the Boeing 787 is made. The trip comes just days after workers there overwhelmingly rejected a bid to unionize. Florida man faces charges this morning for plotting to blow up East Coast Target stores to drive down the retail company's stock. Prosecutors for Mark Barnett then say he planned to buy up the depressed stock and wait for the price to rebound. More unseasonably warm weather will be hitting the state today, top to bottom. The National Weather Service says highs will be in the 60s. Police are investigating after 4 are dead, 3 more hurt, following a 3-vehicle crash in Des Plaines. Illinois state employees will continue to receive a paycheck in spite of actions by the state Attorney General Lisa Madigan. The St. Clair County Circuit Judge rejected a request from the Democrat yesterday to halt state workers' pay until lawmakers resolve the ongoing budget crisis. Jimmy Butler seals a Bulls victory over the Celtics last night, 104-103, Butler finishing with 29. The news service of Staples, filing your own taxes this year. Staples helps you be accountable with everything you need for tax season for less. Storage boxes, filing supplies, software like QuickBooks and TurboTax. Right now, get up to $15 off when you buy TurboTax in-store only. Ends 4/1/17. Staples, make more happen. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says it's all about substance from Trump.
Will you explain to me why like-minded Americans get more hung up on the way President Trump words a tweet than the merits of what it is he's trying to do? Will someone answer that question for me? Why do the tweets become more important than the substance?
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you save $500,000 in an IRA or 401k, you know it's not really $500,000, right? Because you still have to pay taxes on that money. But here's something that will shock you. Some people will pay through the nose in taxes when they withdraw money from their retirement accounts, while a smart and savvy few will legally pay far less. Could you potentially save thousands of dollars in taxes on your IRA or 401k and keep this money for yourself? Yes, you could. Learn how in a free report called 6 Ways to Tax-Free Income in Retirement from me, Tom Fortino, host of the Alpha Wealth Hour. The free report could save you tens of thousands of dollars. Call 630-873-6326. It's your choice. Pay the IRS or keep this money for yourself. Call 630-873-6326 or visit us on alphawealthgroup.com. That's alphawealthgroup.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
Check out the ammo event this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. All ammo will be on sale, including 9mm starting at $10.99. Save up to 30% on a great selection of brand name ammo this Friday through Monday. Point Blank Range and Gun Shop offers a state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, an extensive inventory of firearms, and a supportive, knowledgeable team. The ammo event is this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. Visit shootpointblank.com for details. Some restrictions may apply.
February is the month of love, and you're going to love the savings at Schrank Smoke & Gun. Now through February 22nd, all in stock ammo and reloading components are 20% off, so now is the time to stock up. Get to Schrank Smoke & Gun, where you'll find the largest selection of new, used, and consignment firearms in Lake County, and you'll avoid the Cook County firearm and ammo tax. For repairs, cleaning, and custom work, Schrank's has on-site gunsmithing at fair, reasonable rates. And cigar lovers, be sure to check out Schrank's extensive cigar selection. Don't wait. Hurry into Schrank Smoke & Gun for the best selection during the 20% off ammo sale now through February 22nd. Visit smokethenN.gun.org for information or call 847-662-4034. That's 847-662-4034 or online at smokethenN.gun.org. Schrank Smoke & Gun in Waukegan, your family-owned gun store since 1964.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
8:37. Let's get a check of the roads. Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Gurnee, eastbound 132 is closed at Hunt Club Road due to a crash. I-80 westbound, we're seeing delays from 355 to Francis Road with a crash in the left lane. The Edens is 19 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 22, there's a stalled truck at Dempster on the left shoulder. About Kennedy, delays start at Montrose, 44 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, 34 from Montrose, 25 on the Express, outbound 27 to the airport. The Eisenhower, 53 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 36. Stevenson, 59 minutes, 355 to the Drive, outbound clear. Bryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow Ogden to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to 290, the other tollways are now fine. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Sunny today. Spots will break the record of 60 set back in 1980. Clear skies and 42 overnight. And a beautiful Saturday, high 62, currently 42. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Illinois Rising, hosted by Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute. Sunday afternoons at 3 on AM 560 The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So we talked about this story a little bit earlier in the week, but Tiffany Trump being shunned during Fashion Week in New York when she attended one of these fashion shows, and all the dandy designers were aghast and nobody wanted to sit next to her.
Exactly. And if you saw the picture, she's sitting alone, and then people left the pamphlets, the programs in the seat, 5 empty seats to her left, 6 empty seats to her right, and she's sitting there, and it's just humiliating what they did, and shame on them. And somebody came to her defense, and it's none other than Whoopi Goldberg.
Elle Magazine's senior fashion editor tweeted that she and other editors changed their seats so they weren't near the first daughter, Tiffany Trump. Yeah. There were also photos posted of Tiffany with empty seats next to her. You know what, Tiffany? I'm supposed to go to a couple more shows. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm coming to sit with you because
I don't want to sit next to you.
Politics.
I don't want to sit next to you.
We're not. You're looking at fashion.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to talk about her dad. She's looking at the fashion. And for Elle Magazine, a magazine that says it's a woman's magazine.
Well, maybe it's just not the whole magazine. I mean, it may a couple of people, right?
But still. But
Yeah.
they.
Who's that dude talking?
The bad apples have represented themselves as Elle.
Yeah.
I mean, good for her. So, for a woman's, they claim that they're women's rights, and they shun her. Tiffany Trump tweeted her back, "Thank you, Whoopi Goldberg. I'd love to sit with you too."
Now, Whoopi, continue that enlightenment that is coming upon you. Can keep going. So women who disagree with you on the range of issues with which they disagree with you, those are still women.
She's coming around.
Those are still self-actualized human beings. They still care about women and women's rights and women's dignity and women's opportunities. Keep it going. Maybe we could get somewhere. And make sure you keep that Joy Behar.
Yeah, what was your...
Now, Hollywood celebs were not so generous as Whoopi Goldberg when it came to Trump's press conference yesterday. Alec Baldwin tweeting, This guy is so wired in front of the press like he's going to blow a rod. Imagine what he's like behind closed doors. J.K. Rowling, the Harry Potter author, tweeting, up until an hour ago, the scariest thing I'd ever watched was Psycho. Minnie Driver tweeting, okay, this is from the number 45 press conference that just happened. Fake news. You know what isn't fake news? The fact that he lies. Mark Cuban tweeting, it's a waste of time to try to turn Pinocchio into a real president. The focus needs to be on the Geppettos and legislators around him. The legislators around him kind of interrupted that nice metaphor Mark Cuban had going on. That's unfortunate. All right, for more on Trump's presser and what it means for moving an agenda on the Hill, we're pleased to be joined by our friend Ed Morrissey. He's senior editor, hotair.com. Ed, thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Morning. So, the mixed reaction to different parts of the Trump presser, even among conservatives. There were certainly some cringeworthy moments for me, like when he speaks hypothetically about invading Mosul or blowing up a Russian ship. And those are bad hypotheticals to speak about, in my view. But what you think the net was in terms of reaction for the audience that Trump seeks to speak to, who I think is the American public, not the D.C. press corps, the chattering class.
Well, yeah, I think you're right about that, Dan. I mean, I think that the idea here was that he is the populist president, and the media in D.C. and New York, as he put it yesterday, is part of that establishment that he was, sent there to dismantle, and that's what they got yesterday. For better or worse, and there was both in the press conference yesterday. Basically, it was an hour and 15-minute tirade against the media, while still allowing them to ask the questions. So it's certainly interesting as a social experiment. I would expect sooner or later, though, that this is going to start getting dialed down a bit because, they've got other things that they need to do, too. So to the extent that he can rally the base with some of this, yeah, absolutely. I think that was effective.
I was watching CNN at the time, and John King said he received a text message from a lawmaker on the Hill. He said he should do this with his therapist and not on live television.
I wonder if that was a Democrat.
Probably did.
Yeah,
I don't
okay,
think it was
right.
an independent. But did it offend you at all, or did you have cringeworthy moments? And if you did, which moments made you think twice.
Oh, sure. I had some cringeworthy moments in there. I mean, I think that I think he misinterpreted both times this question has come up about the anti-Semitism thing.
Yeah.
Certainly there is an element of, hey, your side's doing bad things, you need to call it out. And he did actually come back around to it yesterday on the second time and say, hey, look, these are not my people that are doing this. But I think that's pretty much a layup. That question is a layup. You know, you say, look, I'm not anti-Semitic, and I think anti-Semitism is terrible. And you know, I'm a friend of the Jewish people. I'm a friend to Israel, and we're here to make sure that everybody prospers. And to the extent that laws are being broken, yeah, you're darn right. I'm going to have my Department of Justice working on that because that's what they're supposed to be doing. And then that's it. I mean, it's a pretty easy question to answer, and you've blown it 2 times now. And it really got personal with the guy who asked the question, who was very clearly, you know, an Orthodox Jew himself. And, you know, obviously this is a sort of a big issue for this guy. So, yeah, I get the idea that he's thinking that they're trying to make it into a personal attack, but it's pretty easy to parry that, too.
Yeah, that was a mistake. That was clearly a mistake. He jumped the gun and should have listened to what that gentleman had to say. But that gentleman said later to Ed Henry and others that, you know, I still like Trump. It wasn't, he obviously misinterpreted what I was getting to, but there was no hard feelings. So at least that reporter was an adult. Can't say the same for all of them. Here's the thing, though, that seems to me that Trump has going for him. 2 things. One is the resistance, as they like to term themselves, the people dropping their drawers and putting genitalia on their head. They're not winning a lot of converts either. And their avatar, Elizabeth Warren, very interesting. Politico Morning Consult poll released yesterday found that any unnamed Democrat beats President Trump in a 2020 presidential matchup, but Elizabeth Warren loses to him by 6 points. So he, you know, for as maybe divisive as some people claim he is, the left is being even more divisive to their detriment, number one. Number two, like the left, Trump is, even though he spent a lot of time talking about the Rasmussen poll, Trump is not behaving in such a way that every move he makes or every word he utters is poll tested, which is what the left does. He's trying to move an agenda like the left tries to move. And it's typical for Republicans to get a little jumpy if the numbers start to go south on them. Trump isn't like that. And frankly, that aspect of him I find refreshing.
Well, I think so. I think you're right about that. I do think that some of this probably could have been dialed down, though, and still push that agenda. And but that's not, you know, that wasn't what Donald Trump got elected. I mean, it's one of these things where, you know, well, if I were president, I would do this. Well, I'm not president. I didn't run for president, and the people who ran for president who would have handled it differently didn't win either. So, you know, this is for better or worse. This is what the American people wanted in a president, is somebody who was going to take on the Washington press corps, maybe do it very unfairly, which I think at times was the case yesterday. But they don't care. They want to push back on this idea that the media runs the country or sets the agenda for the country, and there's a huge amount of that sentiment in places outside of the urban and coastal elite sections. And so I think that they're going to give him a lot of leeway in doing stuff like that as long as he's delivering on other things. Now, if he can't deliver on other things, and especially if this type of stuff gets in his way of delivering on other things, then I think he's going to have an issue with the base, because they didn't just elect him to go after the media.
Yeah, I mean, it was his first solo news conference. I don't know if he was that prepared for it, but he really seemed to be enjoying himself. I think it was probably his most exciting day on the job so far. So you think that this might happen once a month, maybe once every 2 months?
What's going to happen tomorrow when he's in Florida?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not the questions from the press, but I mean, he's relaunching his campaign, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna start campaigning for some of his agenda items, and you know, Obama did that all the time too. But Obama didn't take press questions during that. He wouldn't hold, you know, little mini rallies, and I think that that's what Donald Trump's going to do. And Donald Trump will be saying whatever's on his mind at those things. You know, he is a stream of consciousness kind of guy up at the podium, which we saw yesterday too. And I don't know if you're going to see this repeated it on a monthly basis, I think every press conference he gives, though, is probably going to be fairly contentious. And in some way or another, it's going to involve punching the media in the nose at some point or another. And maybe it won't be the whole press conference like it was yesterday, but, I mean, that's how he got elected, and I think that that's what he sees as part of his mandate, is to punch the media in the nose.
Well, I mean, isn't this, some of this dynamic, too? Isn't this the whole exchange between him and Jim Acosta representing CNN?
Oh.
To me, it was reminiscent of, like, Reagan and Sam Donaldson, which became something that was was almost cartoonish. But it was it was a game that both of them played, and there were some light moments in the back and forth between him and Acosta. So it seems like they kind of both understand that each one is trying to move their professional responsibilities forward.
Well, I'm too young to remember the.
Of course.
No, I'm kidding. I'm very much not too young to remember that. Those were epic. But it seems to me, recalling that. Yeah, I wish. It seems to me recalling that it was less personal between Reagan and Donaldson. But there was a fun moment between the two of them yesterday because of the similar, the identical last names of the nominee and the reporter. And so they did have that sort of fun exchange. And it seemed like both of them enjoyed that lighter moment for just a moment. And so, I think Donald Trump has a sense of humor. I think you're going to see a little bit more of that than maybe what we've seen so far. But, I don't know how well that's going to get expressed in press conferences. That may be a one-off.
Yeah, well, he's got a tough crowd that he's trying to entertain. Yeah. Ed Morrissey, senior editor for Hot Air, hotair.com. Ed, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me on. Really like being on with you guys.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Meatloaf. I can't get over that meatloaf story. That was really spectacular.
Want it now. Want it now.
He'll have the meatloaf I'm ordering for him. He's not a control freak. I'm going to tell my friends what to eat. Hey, plenty of sunshine today. It's going to warm up here. A high between 64 to 66 degrees. Wow, feels like summer. Weekend looks terrific. Actually, your next 3 days do, with mostly sunny skies. Highs in the mid to lower 60s. Let's get those travel times. Are they high? Here's Jim Talamonte, who's joining us from our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Thanks, Amy. In general, not too bad. Your inbound Kennedy has delays Cumberland to Canfield and Montrose to the Hubbard Street Tunnel, 48 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, 37 from Montrose, 28 in the Express. Outbound, just 24 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Edens, a little slow outbound, Devon to Niles Center. There was a stalled truck in the area. It's gone now. Just a 2-minute delay. Inbound, it's clear. The Eisenhower, 59 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, 45 from Manheim. Outbound, 33 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 59 minutes, 355 to the drive. Outbound, clear. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95 to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, heavy at 290. Otherwise, the tollways look great. I-80 has slow traffic. Westbound, 355 to Francis Road, where a crash just cleared. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hey, there's a lot of talk right now about school choice. Well, if you've always felt like you didn't really have a choice to send your kids to private school because of the money, the dinero, then listen up. We want to tell you about halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you can find local private school vouchers for a full year of tuition at, you guessed it, half the price. There's no catch. Find a school near you, purchase a tuition voucher, and prepare to send your kiddie off to school. It's really that simple. There's schools located in Romeoville, LaSalle, Peru, Kankakee, Chicago, just to name a few. So make private school a real option for your family for the first time this year, but do not wait. These vouchers always sell out. Visit halfpriceschools.com today. That's halfpriceschools.com.
Hello, everyone, and here we go again with Karen Lewis and the Chicago Teachers Union demanding more money from the Chicagoland taxpayers. Well, I say enough is enough. The teachers get paid from the property taxes that homeowners pay every year. If the teachers union gets more money, that means your property taxes are going to go higher. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent representative for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other health insurance carriers. For months now, I have been telling you about purchasing health savings account PPO plans that will cost you approximately 40% less in monthly premiums than you're currently paying now. Well, the same thing applies to the teachers union. I can show the union that they can purchase a more comprehensive health insurance plan that is in full compliance with the Affordable Care Act and will cost the taxpayers up to 40% less in monthly health insurance premiums. For more information, you can call me at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
Folks, how much is great service, low closing costs, and competitive interest rates worth to you? At Townstone Financial, it's priceless. Hi, Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
Anyone who wants a wonderful experience and they're seeking a refi mortgage or just original mortgage, go with Townstone because they are very, very exceptional with their service. The quality of the people is great. My expense for the loan and my payments per month are much less than anybody else who I had talked to.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner.